Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, April the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So William said you can see my screen and the sound is fine. Excellent. Okay, guys. Well, it is Friday, end of the week. So what is happening this morning? You know what? Keep an eye on Levi. This could be sneaky good. They had earnings yesterday. Not a huge reaction, not a bad one. But then reading this morning about some more news about Levi, or Levi's, I guess they're going to be opening a bunch of new stores, taking advantage of really depressed real estate rates, lease rates in the shopping malls, etc. So Levi is going the reverse route and opening stores. I think they said about 40 or 50. Anyway, Levi now is an all-time high. You know, they had an IPO back here in March of 2019. You know, it really did nothing. And now look at it though. So could be an interesting swing for those of you who like to swing. CELC. Let's take, all right, William, good luck on that. CELC, huge move up here. News, Pfizer deal, PFE, big worldwide licensing deal with Pfizer. They released that information after hours yesterday. CELC, you can see the reaction after hours, and you know, didn't quite keep up with the after hours high, but look at the pre-market and got right back up to that pre-market high or after hours high. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. You know, the SPY is starting to, I'm just looking at the SPY right now. The SPY is having a bit of a downturn just before we open. Up until 3, I don't go right to the open or right to the close. Vijpat, if I'm mispronouncing your name. Gure, G-U-R-E. And this is, but this is a Monday to Friday. I do this Monday to Friday. GURE is a earnings play. That's right. It's an earnings play. Release earnings this. You know what? It almost looks like they released after hours yesterday based on that after hours reaction. At any rate, it is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. Low float. China stock through the 200-day moving average. Again, we'll have to wait for the market to open. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers if I wanted to take advantage of this downturn, but again, have to wait for the market to open, see what happens. AFMD is gapping up on, it's a bio and positive data, German stock, positive data. Pre-market high was 11.05, but that's a huge gap up. Look at the room it has if it wants to maintain this. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Oh yeah, I mean the high rate here. I mean, this is way back in 2015. So I mean, this is really this could really turn into something. I mean, it's up 34%, lots and lots of volume. It's on a low float, but you know, let's just see how well it holds these pre-market gains. Sohu, S-O-H-U. Okay, it is holding its gains. I don't see any specific reason for it to be up. China stock through the 200-day moving average. Hey, speaking about, I mean, it wasn't unbelievably good, but remember yesterday, if you guys were in the room, the BSIG kept waiting, and boom! Look at this nice little move off that 22, got all the way up to 22.77. Yes, I did trade it. Look at the volume that came in. We waited forever for this break, it seemed. FBIO. Continues. Well, let's see if it is holding its gains. FBIO. Yeah, well, I mean, it's up. It's up at the best I can say. At one point, it was up to 530. So, you know, again, It's got some room. Let's see if it can maintain this. I guess tip ranks. There was a tip rank article about it, and that's what got circulated among traders yesterday. Now this one has a very, you got to read the press release. GOVX, is it holding its gains? 533, 480, there was the pre-market. It's a virus play, and in quotations, poised to save lives globally. Okay, just getting to that, PJ, you ruined my intro for Fubo. Thanks a lot. So GOVX, let's see, GLSI. Yeah, big gap up, not shortable for me. Big gap up still, and is a positive phase 2B data. Very low float, 1.5 million in the float. So again, I always say it like this, but anything can happen with that sort of a float, especially with a stock that expensive. My guess is that actually the spread, I mean, it's not great, but I was expecting maybe a dollar or two pre-market, but ASO. So we found the reason for this downturn. I guess JP Morgan dumped a bunch of shares on the market. It was sort of a block trade, and now it's sort of rebounding. ASO. JKS is an earnings play, gapping down. China stock. That's a big gap down, guys. I mean, look at the daily chart for JKS. Look at the weekly chart, and it is below all this. I mean, this could, if this wants to continue down, there's really no support until the $20 level. Look at the monthly. Look at the weekly. So this could be really interesting as a continuation down on earnings short for the day. Could be. And now I'll get to Fubo, as you ruined my lead on it. Yeah, so Fubo, the news for it, has PJ indicated they have the streaming rates for the South American qualifying matches as the build up to the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, or Qatar, I'm not sure. We always used to say Qatar, but I guess it's Qatar, something like that. And last but not least is 10X, TENX. Is it still holding? Actually, it's still kind of holding its gains. The pre-market high, 240 through the no, I'm sorry, that's not the 200-day. 200-day is 155, so it's way above the 200-day. And they had some positive data that they released. Okay, so yeah, I always pronounce it Qatar, but anyway. But yeah, gutter or something like that is the proper pronunciation. All right, 9:13. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Lily, CloudLink, okay? You're using the old way of doing it, the collaboration link. It's sort of hard to load. Well, okay, I see your answer to me, but I mean, at least give me the cloud link so I can take a look at it. Really hard after hours to try to figure out what's going on. All right, let me just take, again, a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Who is upgrading CCL? Argus. Okay, don't know too much about them. I know there's a little bit of a war going on between Florida and the CDC regarding the cruisers. And CCL upgraded also. So a couple of the cruisers upgraded. CCL. Actually, CCL, a couple of upgrades. From Argus and Credit Suisse. Okay, those are some of the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. Oppenheimer downgrading CHKP. I always love it when another financial upgrades another financial. So Morgan Stanley is upgrading CS, Credit Suisse. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. What was that? I can't remember. What I know somebody's going to know. What was that crazy one that was around $100 yesterday? Another, I think it was a bio. I think it was. Might not have been, but somebody's going to know. Can't remember what it was. No, it wasn't UTME. That was that's so ancient. That was early this week. Now there was another one. No, not CM. Well, no, because CMMB got as high as 72. There was one that was flirting around at 100. Not very. No. It was later on in the day. Very was only up to. I'm talking $100, guys. But it wasn't up me yesterday. I don't think. Well, maybe I'm. No, you see, this did not get up to 100 yesterday. It was some other one. Come on, guys. Somebody is going to know. I just can't remember the name of the symbol. In fact, Zach, I thought, well, Zach can't hear me. It wasn't at me. All right. Also, keep an eye on FGen. This is weak. FGen is weak still. FGen. Had the big down day a couple of days ago. Kind of rested a little bit yesterday. It was really choppy. Had an opportunity to actually go long it for a bit, but it still looks really weak. And also, let me just make this. I'll make this announcement several times today, but the test drive that, well, I don't think we do it 4 times a year anymore, but anyway, the next test drive looks like the dates have been set, May 10th to the 21st. That is 2 weeks, 10 trading days. I'm going to pop that link in right now. You can sign up for it. When you sign it, when you see this link, you can sign up for it. and fill out the form. And then what'll happen is probably about a week before the test drive starts, you'll get a notification exactly how to sign up. Okay. So again, the test drive for, I'm assuming it's still going to be $8.99. It'll give you access to our full program for those 10 trading days. Guys, I'm telling you, Levi, sneaky good. Sneaky good. There was after hours high was 27.80. Yeah, I don't think so, the Dreamer. It wasn't that one because it was closer. It got to 100. The stock I'm talking about got to 100. You know, according to this, you know, it only got up to $72. No, it wasn't 100. It wasn't 100 in pre-market. No. Well, listen, unless I've you know, gone senile or something, Zach was talking about it. He just can't hear me. Anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Now, Cass, it'd be nice to Goldman, calling them Sack. All right, guys, so as I get set for this open, remember, if you want to watch my watch list today, you can access it from our toolbar. Click on New, Channel Bar, and here I am, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout, and so you have to, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you click on any one of these layouts. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout would be replaced. Again, it's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. With my watch list, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Like to see things settle down a little bit. You will start to see alerts right off the bat in this window here at 9:30. If you choose to trade them earlier, that's completely up to you. Again, it's a watch list, right? It doesn't mean when you see a symbol that you automatically take the trade. It's a watch list. And for those of you who are interested, you know, our strength alerts now is added as a channel, okay? This is this new kind of intro. What is it? Is it $17? But, you know, for anybody who is a Trade Idea subscriber, you have access now to it, the strength alerts. The format is this, is that every Monday, there will be 5. There could be some carryovers, but it's a, you know, it's a formula generated obviously by Trade Ideas to come up with the 5 top and for the week. And the theory being that you take the trade right at the end of Monday and then you sell it at the end of the following Monday. And then there'll be, so it's sort of revolving. Again, it is free for any subscriber, but if you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas, for $17, you can sign up for it. Nope. Nope, it was 100. Well, I don't have GLSI yesterday. Yesterday hit 52, so it's okay, guys. I'm sticking with my guns here. We're sticking by my guns, whatever the phrase is. Levi, guys, I'm telling you, this is really interesting. You know, those of you who are looking, again, this is not a recommendation. Understand, this is not a recommendation. But, check out the news for Levi. They had earnings yesterday, muted reaction. But the big reaction now is opening more stores, taking advantage of low lease rates. So, it is interesting. It's an all-time high now. All right, as I get prepared for the open, I'm going to minimize these windows. What is the TI Pro app? Well, you're looking at it. I don't know. We have two subscriptions, standard and premium. I don't know what TI Pro, the designation. Really, we have two. We call standard and premium. Okay. The big difference between, I'm going to go over this, of course, a little bit later, but the big difference between standard and premium is the AI. Yeah, too bad this was not shortable at Interactive Brokers, CELC. It's been really wild though. Look at this downturn from 2341 all the way down to 18 or 19, 18. Then a quick pop, not quick pop, well, pretty quick. This is a 2-minute chart. Pop right back up. But again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, one moment, please. Yes, IJA, FBIO did pretty well yesterday. Let's see if it has any sort of continuation. I found it a little bit frustrating. Well, if you got in early enough, obviously it was fine, but I think it's coming into a lot of resistance now, right up here and here on the monthly chart. Okay, guys, as we get ready for this open, about a minute and a half. Yeah, I saw Dan somewhere. Oh, that's right. It was an upgrade, right, in the upgrade section. JKS, is it still holding its gap underneath? Boy, this... It's a fairly low float also, 34 million in the float, so you have to just wait and see what happens when this opens. This could really start to gap down. Look what it's done on the weekly chart. It's taken right below these levels. After that, look, $20. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, they're the next areas of support. One minute, or not 1 minute, we have 30 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Well, Mohammed, we don't project expectations. I have no idea what to expect for ACY, okay? There's not very much volume on it. It's down 74 cents, but have to wait for the market to open, see how it starts trading, see what sort of volume comes in. All right, we are now open. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down just a little bit. All right, right now, this is a gap down and go, GSL, gap down and go. This is big gap down, might be some support around, well, right around here, around this 1250 mark, but GSL, early, very early, of course. Okay, now PRV, I should have mentioned PRVB, I think it's on my list. Anyway, PRVB, big gap down. It's in the watch list. I can see it there. I don't know why I didn't mention it this morning, but anyway, PRVB. Negative regulatory, I guess, for it. Rulings on it. Look at FGen. Wow, FGen is really starting to. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was 17. Not 1863. I thought it was 1763. All right, gap up and, well, not really. I was looking at gap up and go again. First 15 minutes, things can be very whippy. So again, PRVB trying to recover here. A lot of volume coming in. 51 million in the float. So, not excessive, not low. Yeah, I mean, there's Fubo on the way down a little bit. Yeah, look at it. Look at Sohu. Sohu is I'm sorry, it's not an earnings play. I'm sorry, I thought it was an earnings play. Look at Sohu. I mean, we talked about it a little bit pre-market. There's the gap up through the 200-day moving average. And a lot of volume coming in. Again, it's early. It's really early. 16 million in the float. So, you have to be really careful with these low floaters. Look at Fibergen. FGEN continues down. Look at this candle here on the 15-minute. What are the markets doing? So we have our little disconnect going. We have the Dow up, Nas is down, SPY is basically flat. So again, the little disconnect between the Dow and the Nas. Yeah, look at FBIO, guys. FBIO. I just think there's probably, what's that right there? 522 is the high there, and then 554. So look at GoPro out of nowhere. Look at this volume coming in. GPRO, again, let's see, resistance in that, up to that 14 level. And as always, waiting to see what happens in the unusually strong options scan. Yeah, this could get interesting. I mean, it's just under 10 now. AFMD gives up 10 in a big way. This has, I mean, it had news, positive data, I guess. Not I guess, I know it had, well, that was their release, positive data, caused the stock to pop. But, you know, it's a dollar off, a little over a dollar off the pre-market highs. Look at FBIO, guys. Good one, Ija. There's a little, look at this. Look at FBIO. Thought that bottoming tail might cause it to really give it up, but nope, not yet anyway. And accelerating now. FBIO. Boy, tail of two. Here's my thumbnails here, okay, on my other monitor. Tail of two stocks. Look at this big 15-minute candle. Look at this big down candle for Fibergen, FGEN. Fafa, good morning. Well, at this point, I mean, if it takes this out in a big way, 554, let's back this monthly chart out a little bit more to see where it could keep going to. Yeah, big area. I mean, 554, that's almost to the penny where it got to. If it can really crack through that, look left. I know William is short this, but look left on this monthly chart. Probably the same kind of thing on the weekly chart. Absolutely. So it's got a lot of room still. So if you can't see my screen, Fafam, may have to do a reload, okay? A refresh. You can hear me, I hope. I'm not sure how I can help you. If you've already done a refresh and you have maybe change browsers, I don't know what you're using. Maybe, I mean, the developer of the room recommends Chrome, but maybe change browsers, Firefox or something else, just to see if that helps. Okay? Let me know if that works. There, rubber toe. Yeah, you had problems yesterday. You had to go to Edge. Thanks for the help on the tech support area, Harry. Always appreciated. And we just had our first halt. Well, I guess actually CMMB got halted earlier. UTME just got halted. Now again, China stock, extremely low float. They only issued about 3.5 million shares. IPO here yesterday, or not yesterday, sorry, 3 days ago. PLTR, Palantir. Yeah, a lot of, wow, look at the volume, yeah. Got to really break out though here. It's a huge float. You know, $1 billion in the float, so it's got to really. I don't know if there's a news catalyst. I mean, I know that's Kathy Wood stock. I know ARK is buying, et cetera, et cetera. Get it, but you know, with $1 billion in the float, you know, it's gonna take a lot to get through all this. Oh, interesting. So ASO, is that shortable? It is shortable. ASO, a nice little pop after hours. I mean, the news, well, I don't know if it just came out, but reading about kind of why this might have been dumping. I think it was JP Morgan sold a lot of shares. It's kind of a block trade though. So it looked like it was trying to recover, but not now. Okay, so the question was, how do you change the symbol in a chart? So you go to a chart, left click on it so the Trade Ideas knows the chart you're in. Okay, so left click on it. And then if you just start to type, the little change symbol box should pop up. And then you click on change or hit return on your keyboard and it'll change. If for some reason when you start to type, nothing pops up, then hit the spacebar on your keyboard and that should bring up the change symbol. Okay? Paratech, PRTK. Here's a nice pop. No action at all pre-market. No action after hours. No action at all. Look at this move for Paratech, PRTK. And what sort of room does it have? 765 is the next high looking left, or 748. So it, might struggle to get through this area. So this might turn into an interesting short for those of you who are so inclined. William. Spacebar worked for you, Max? Yeah, I don't know why on some systems you have to hit the spacebar. Bonso Electronics, okay. Hong Kong stock, I guess. Hong Kong stock just got halted. Had a interesting day yesterday, a more interesting day the day before. Got all the way up to 1278. Yeah, FBIO. I mean, there's no real resistance now. I mean, as long as it holds. I mean, just look left on the monthly chart. And this monthly chart kind of looks like the weekly chart. So, I mean, the next high is over here, 866. So this still has some room. FBIO. Yeah, how is no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I want to see Clover. What is it doing right now? Had a big day yesterday. FTCT, you just took the words. I have that one thumbnailed, so I'm watching this one. Yeah, so yesterday's high was what? 1438, so it's almost at yesterday's high, 1438. It's kind of waiting for that to happen to see if it could take a little move to that 15 level. I'll set a price alert right there. Okay, one moment, please. Boy, this is really taking a header. ASO, I mean, looked pretty promising after hours yesterday. I was going to start to recover, get up to this area. Market, even the pre-market didn't look too bad. Once the market opened, this is just really, really diving here. I have real scan and my and this one, my option scan. That's it. Okay, so a couple of alerts from my watch list. Let's see how well these. I mean, calm. I mean, what sort of room does this have? So the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1746. This is back almost 2 years, June of 2019. Okay, so we're approaching those levels. If it can take that out, I mean, it's got a ton of room. COMM. It's for all of them. Yeah, you cannot pick a. You can pick one stock to never repeat, but that's not the purpose. No, it's for all of them. Guys, COMM looks really interesting. I mean, I don't know if this will stall at the 1746 from 2 years ago, but I mean, really. Okay, so this AMRS had an interesting day yesterday. I think it was still down for the day, but it tried to recover, and it's trying to recover again, AMRS. All right, as I said before, for those inclined, PRTK, bit of a short sell. Okay, guys, AFMD. This showed up. This is, well, I sort of lied, Sam. I do have this. I have the flip version of the flip version of the abnormal options activity for the downside. There it was, 987. Lost sight of it on the short side. Okay, FCTV now. I'm sorry, FTCV right at yesterday's high. Can it hold this? And then, let's see if it can base a little bit and then start to move into this area here, 1571. Okay, guys, I'm really watching this COM here. See how well it holds this. This is something I'm definitely interested in. Again, I'm not going to tell anybody to buy what I'm buying, but I'm definitely interested in this one. I love the potential fill here, and it did have some news. Again, gap up and go. AMRS in strong recovery mode. There's the high of yesterday, up to 1770. All right, nothing in options yet. Just waiting. Oh man, we still have the whip. Look at the FTCV, so it did hit a little bit of whip. Okay, so FBIO did hit the option scan. It is a little extended, but let's see. I mean, it's got room. Well, as I pointed out, I mean, there's no resistance. There's no resistance on the monthly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 865, and that'll be the same on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it's just got a ton of room. Just look left. I'm not saying it's going to get up to here, but there is no more chart resistance in the near future. Okay, well, it didn't take out that level I was looking at, so see if it comes back. Nothing from the AI yet. All right, let me stick another price alert for COM. See if it can get back maybe up to, where was the alert, or the trigger was 1721. The alert, I shouldn't call it the trigger. It's just an alert. See if it gets back up there. A little bit of it's a little pullback on the 5. All of them. Daily, monthly, weekly. That's what I do. I mean, if you can't see anything on the daily, then, go to the weekly and then the monthly. That's what I do anyway. Oh, look at this PRVB. I mean, this is trying to come back. PRVB trying to come back here. All right, well, so far, COM is not too much of a pretty big pullback here. So again, just going to be patient, see if it comes back to any of these levels later on. You know, ARDX having a not a good day. Obviously, there's a 200-day 631. It takes out 7. It has a shot to get down to that 200-day moving average, and that is the ARDX. All right, keep an eye on this PRVB. You know, if it bases here a little bit more, you know, I mean, it's having a nice comeback. I mean, it got down. It was way down here at 574 pre-market, and it's a comeback. So maybe this is an overreaction to the news. I don't know. Cantor Fitzgerald maintains overweight. It's a regulatory setback for their diabetes drug. And it also now, okay, here's a test, guys. Here is a test. Remember yesterday, Box was in here. And I was saying, I don't know about Box because it's down for the day. So here's another one. And I was toying with the idea of making sure a stock was at least up for the day before it would show up here. Now this one might be a little bit different. I don't know. PRVB though, it's showing up here, but it is down for the day. Remember, all the reasons it's down are they're still in effect. AMRS, guys, on the move again, trying to come back. There's yesterday's high was 1764 or so. I mean, it's really trying to come back. So again, I'm not convinced that something coming into the option. I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously, PRVB, but I'm just not convinced that something coming into the options scanner when it's down for the day is the right play. I'm going to have a very low sample size. I mean, Box yesterday, but I think somebody pointed out maybe last week CLDX was also one, but it did run. So, but we'll just have to see. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on this, and I may add then a stock has to be up for the day. And WVE was J. Okay, thank you. Okay, COM is trying to come back a little bit. You know, for me to get interested again, it will have to get to the mid 1720s, and then maybe take out that high. I mean, after that, it has a ton of room. Yeah, it's just that, I mean, there's, I know I say this all the time, but there's a reason why this has gapped down. And for all the reasons it's gapped down, they're still in effect. Yes, maybe it's an overreaction, but they're still in effect. So yeah, we're having a little bounce, but for all the negative reasons, I mean, they are still in effect. Okay, GSX. Wow, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is not quite an all-time low. I guess the support down here, it's through this area here. China education stock. Remember yesterday, some of them went crazy for a while. WAFU, WAFU, and I can't remember the other one, but a couple of them went wild yesterday. Yeah, I mean the AMRS, I know what you're talking about. It's way above the VWAP, so the a lot of times, of course, they'll try to revert. But I look at this more like, okay, it's over 17. If it holds over 17, that whole number kind of important. I mean, it doesn't have a huge amount of room. I mean, yesterday's high was 1770, but the longer it holds, and if it doesn't hold, then all bets are off. Okay, I saw somebody mentioning naked. Yeah, under $1. Have at her, guys. Look at that float. Look at that float. Half a billion in the float for a sub $1 stock. This was one of the WSB stocks. Somebody was. I can't remember if it was Citron or Street Sweeper or Hindenburg or any one of the other ones. Yeah, I don't think it's even appropriate. Just click on the help and it'll. I can't add to it. If you've clicked on the help and there's a description, I can't add to it, Frank. Never used it. I don't know anybody within Trade Ideas that is using it. Yeah, so you can see why. I mean, it's obviously whatever strategy it was, it's looking for a bounce. Yeah, spot. Look at the recovery. Yeah, we had a bit of a downturn on that 15 minutes. This is before the market opened, but nice recovery. So Dow is up, SPY's up, NAS is even in a mini recovery mode here. Yeah, I put this in my watch list this morning, FUBO, based on the news. But in retrospect, 2278, there's probably too much resistance. It would really have to start 24 right there, the high right there. It would really have to get out of this area. I just put it in just in case it did something crazy. Again, it's a watch list. Now look at PRTK. This is from here, so the 774. Remember yesterday, we only had one all day before 12:30 in the basic new highs. You know, we don't usually get too many. I mean, I have a lot of filters in here that prevent too many stocks from appearing. But we've had three now. And again, it's more like a watch list. So let's see if FBIO comes back. But the Paratech, PRTK, I mean, it's a relative, 36 million in the float. It's not excessive. Yeah, well, Fubo, wow, okay, Fubo is moving. Look at that, 22.39 now 22.72. So not bad from the watch list. The pre-market highs were up here at 22.91. Well, this is definitely news generated. FUBO. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, well, let's see if PRVB does have that oomph in it to start to move. All right, well, COM has come back. Let's see now. I want it to break out over here, so let's see if it starts to move again. COM. All right, PRVB. Well, let's see. I am in it now. I want to see if it. I'm going to have a very tight stop. I'm not going to mess around with this. Pretty tight stop. I mean, the trigger was at 728, so just wanting to see if it. I just don't quite trust it. Okay, I'm hesitant, but Thought, okay, it's got that, it's obviously got a lot of room if it wants to keep going, but yeah, Carlos, you'd have to create a strategy, okay, okay, to do that and set it up. And I'm going to pop this in. And usually I go over this a little bit later, but if you take a look at the Brokerage Plus video, I don't know if you've seen it before, but that is literally creating a strategy with a stop and a target, okay. So the answer is yes. Okay, so Carlos, did you hear that answer? So for instance, I mean, you have to set it up though, edit the trading strategy. You have to watch, if you watch the video, so you have to, if you watch, if you have to create it like this, the position sizing based on a stop loss, then your risk, and then your risk management, and you can put a target here, and you have your stop that you're putting in here. A little tricky, but I mean, it can be done. What you're going to use for your stop is going to be up to you, of course, but it can be done, yes. But if you watch the video, it will explain it. I just it's called Brokerage Plus. I just popped. I'll put it in again. There it is. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't watched that video, please do, because it covers a lot of, you may have other questions, and it covers a lot of the basic questions about using Brokerage Plus with your IB account, and I guess now E-Trade. All right, guys. Well, I guess we have a mini winner with the PRVB. I have taken some out. Again, I don't quite trust it, so I've taken some out just in case. Yeah. Oh, I know it's come back. Calm. Yes. Coming up to that level. No. Give me a moment here. All right, AMRS seemed to hold 17. Well, it got ducked a little bit below it, and then it came right back up, AMRS. So, I mean, if it bases here just a little bit more and then starts to move on some volume, it could start to approach that high from yesterday, AMRS. Thank you, Zach. Whoops. My cap's off. All right. Okay. Well, PRVB. I guess I won't make the restriction. I'm making sure the stock is up for the day. Ah, I missed it. I missed it. AMRS. I missed that pop. Okay, calm. Can you do your thing now? Yeah. Okay. Well, JB, I think it. No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, you're talking about a specific stock, so that's fine. No, it's. I think it's pretty helpful. So keep doing it. No, I haven't even seen this GOVX. So what a press release they had. We're going to cure the world. Not quite like that, but GOVX, keep an eye on it. Only 5.8 million in the float. So it had pulled all the way back down to 450, got as high as 530 in the pre-market. Has a little, well, it's really got to take all this out. But it is a low float situation, GOVX. No, look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume. Million shares have traded. Only 5.8. So this will for sure trade the float today. All right, guys. Okay, I can say now. A winner. Yeah, the it ran away from me. The FTCV. I understand, guys. I mean, I can't. I try to point things out. My focus is a lot of different directions, answering questions. I'm also, monitoring internal support discussions. So my focus cannot be, looking at it 2 or 3 stocks. But if I mention something, I say there's a level. Important level. If it takes that out, you might want to consider it. What I said with the FTCV. Now, listen, it did pull back, but then it popped right back up over that level of yesterday. Now, is it going to continue? I have no idea. But 1571 is the next high looking left. That would be an all-time high. Yeah, Fubo had a pullback, but right back up. For some reason, I thought this was a cannabis play. Grow. I guess I'm wrong. Should be. All right, everybody. So it is now 10:21. So before I start my spiel about trade ideas and all the great things, I just want to pop this into the room, okay? A lot of you have been asking about the test drive. We usually do it 4 times a year, but you know, I don't think we're going to be doing them 4 times a year. But at any rate, the test drive, you can sign up, fill in this form, and then you'll be notified exactly how you can sign up for it. The test drive, the dates are now, I think they're pretty firm, May the 10th to the 21st. Those are 10 trading days. And for $8.99, you'll have access to the full program for those 10 trading days, starting on May the 10th. Okay. So again, if you fill in that form, you'll just be notified, you know, to the sign-up procedures. So you won't miss it. Okay. So a lot of people have asked for quite a while now about when the next test drive is. And now I want to go over all the goodies you can find on my homepage. May the 10th to the 21st. Starting May the 10th. Look at Paratech, guys. Paratech, PRTK. Okay, so in this trading room here, there's a tab called Barry's Home Page. If you click on that tab, you'll see a link right there. Click on the link, and here's all the information. So my recommendation, because there is a lot of information on my homepage, is that you save my link. Okay, so you can go back and take a look. So always start off, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, Barry for Alpha is the promo code. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. Look at PRTK, guys. 774 right there, 808 now. Okay, so we do have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to have access to our premium service. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. That discount, the promo, will get you a discount off the first month only. Look at PRTK, guys. Whew. Good morning so far. 118, 228. Again, less the 15% for the first month only, okay? After that, it goes to the regular price. More information from my homepage, the Trade of the Week, is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video, and that'll start, I usually do it around noon. I think this is a section that's very popular, all the scans that I am sharing. Yes, so that's Rob Gunn asked a question from the YouTube room. If you were a standard member, oh, wait a minute, you know what? I want to, just a minute, Rob. I want to find out something here. Just give me a moment here, guys. You brought up a good point, Rob. Just give me a moment here, guys. I have to contact somebody at Trade Ideas. Wish I could type better. Should have taken that typing course. Okay, so let me keep going. So all my scans are here, guys. Okay, so including my layout that you see on the one I'm displaying. And so there's my layout right here. So you'll get exactly what you see on the screen that you can see, the monitor you can see. Remember, it is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, if you have a layout, like a lot of you will, of course, will have your own layout that you like. That is why I have separated a lot of different scans right here. So you can kind of pick and choose maybe what ones you might like to see. That's why I'm saying if you save my link, you can always go back to this later on. I should always mention this. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These 4 scans. We get a lot of... not a lot, but we get a lot of some emails and saying, hey, how come I can't see this particular stock in the pre-market? You know, I'm looking at this, whatever configuration they've got. And I would say that 99.9% of the time, you know, I can always see it in my pre-market actives up, you know, if they're looking for stocks that are up. Okay, so I would encourage you to maybe to look at that. You know, if you're looking at our pre-market channel, you know, there might be some filters in there that are preventing a stock from appearing. I don't know, but I can, you know, I can't remember the last time when somebody said, hey, how come I can't see this particular stock? And I just do a check. A lot of times it will be in my gap up, but I'm almost guaranteed it's in my pre-market actives up. This is a top list, okay? So you can use these 4 for the pre-market. And again, a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, including, of course, my favorite one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. And then we have over here, this is the education section. Click here. Give me a moment here. I like to put the 20 lessons in on as its own link. I like to hammer the point home that if you're new to Trade Ideas, before you do anything else, look at these lessons, okay? Yeah, so JB, all you have to, just use the earnings per share. Actually, you might even want to add another 0, Sam, okay? Put in the min 0.001. and in the max, put minus 0.001. When I add another 0, I found that helped us a little bit more. Okay, 20 lessons. You click on that link, take the lessons. All the basics. What is the top list? Creating one. What is an alert window? Creating one. So all of the basic features are really quickly explained here. They're not videos, it's all text-based. If you don't have trade ideas, of course, you can click on that link and you can see what we have to offer. These are the basic features that we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube room also. And when I take a break from it and this trading room, the main trading room, another trader takes over in the YouTube room. Today it will be, I believe it'll be Andy. And that'll be at noon. I'll pop the link in. He'll go from 12 to 1. It's a general Q&A. Free trading room. You're already, well, this is it. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos. And a great little Back to Basics video series, 36-part. Literally starting off, what is a stock, okay? So you can't get more basic than that. So if you're brand new to trading, wondering about what all this is about, how would I even get started? It's overwhelming. I would really encourage you to take a look at this little series that was done by us, okay? There's some trading ebooks here. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. So, save my link and then you can take a look at all this stuff more or less at your leisure. Yeah, Rob, the only thing that we don't allow is auto trading, okay, during that test drive. Auto trading, I think you can auto trade your own strategy, but not the AI. It's the only thing that we don't allow. And, first of all, the thing is that we don't recommend auto trading the AI anyway. So, but that is the only limitation during the test drive. There was no general library of TI scanners, no. I mean, you see the ones that I am sharing, okay? In the toolbar, from our toolbar, if you click on New and Channel Bar, a lot of the other traders that trade ideas, you see this one called Traders Vault. There are a lot of scans there, but there is no general. First of all, there a lot of our subscribers, they don't mind sharing their scans, but a lot of them, they take a lot of time to put them together, and they don't want them shared. Number one, so we don't share anybody else's scans, but certainly the Traders Vault has a lot of scans in it, okay? And also, the ones that I'm sharing. We've got a great winner here. PRVB is just a great winner, guys. When I say great winner, I mean 728 on the alert, 779 now. That's a great percentage move. Comms, was it doing? Yeah, I still think it's kind of iffy. I don't know why. I don't have the same feel about it. And of course, the Paratech even earlier here, 774. Here it is in the option scanner now. Yeah, so just go to my homepage, okay? Click on that homepage tab. Click on the homepage tab, and when you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay, and here are all the scans. This is the scan section. So again, when you click here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Okay, just have to find find that scan, the Barry's homepage tab. And another one, guys. Geo, this is a great day. This is a great day, much better than yesterday. Well, for me anyway. More exciting. This is a good gauge right here, the basic new highs, okay. Yesterday we only had one, and it took forever for even one to show up. At least we've got four, and by the end of the day, by the end of the day, okay, by popular, just a second, please. My assistant is here. Okay, here she is. Okay. People are always asking what is happening in the background. There's my assistant, my trading assistant. All right, Chloe. Okay. Time to trade. Look at FTCV, guys. Okay, well, what is Trade Ideas? If you're in this room for the first time and you don't know what Trade Ideas is, we're a scanner. We scan the market. What do I mean by a scanner? Well, this is a scanner put together, very simple, or an alert window, I should say. And so what I'm looking for in this particular basic new highs and lows, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That's why really you don't get too many, because current volume of 4, that means this has to be trading at least 4 times what it would normally be trading up to this point of the day. The stock got to be up 4% from the open, 400,000 shares, etc. So, and this count also means it has to have made at least 60 new highs. So that's why we don't get too many. But that's what I want. I don't want too many. I want to be able to focus on just a few. So if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low, we get our real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? So what we did as a company is say, okay, listen, instead of forcing people to have to learn a programming language, we put together what we feel, come on, are enough alerts. These are all the alerts. When you see these icons, those are all the alerts that we have. And when you see this icon, these are the filters. So we feel we've put together enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay? So no programming language necessary to learn. Boy, did that GOVX ever move. All right, so a word about the AI. This is what the AI is all about. We have about 70 what we call baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those strategies. These are the only ones out of all those strategies that made the cut. And why they made the cut, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about what the names of the strategies are. I wouldn't worry about the segments. All I would not worry about, you want to follow the AI, you click on from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, and this is the window you'll see. Okay, so you can incorporate this window then as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every morning. You'll see the alert come in. You'll have a stop, and then basically it's up to you to manage the trades. Take the ones you want. I personally kind of like the ones under $20. That's just me. No video on how to use the AI, how you use it. I'd actually rather have it renamed as today's watch list. I think people get a little too carried away thinking that all they have to do is automate the AI, and that is the road to riches. Unfortunately, it is not. So I use that as a watch list, just another watch list, just like my watch list here, this one here, okay? The only difference is that it is more or less laid out. This is not a strategy. This would never be an AI strategy. If I back tested this, I'm sure it wouldn't look very good. At least these are the strategies that have been back tested, so they have to have a certain profit factor and win percentage to have made the cut for today. But it is more laid out because there is a stop price. Whereas, all of these, everything here, there was no official stop price. You'd have to start looking at the chart to see if you took the trade where you'd want to stop out. Okay? Now, this window you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus. Only accessible if you're using our app, okay? If you're using our web-based version, not accessible. So you need to be using our app to have Brokerage Plus. First way to use Brokerage Plus, I'm going to pop this video in again, link to the video. Okay, so I just dropped the Brokerage Plus video in. Now we've expanded it. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or now E-Trade, you can use this window to trade your account if you want. Not mandatory, okay? I want to give people the wrong impression that if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade, then therefore you can't use Trade Ideas. I should have mentioned this a while back. Because we're a stock scanner, you can use any brokerage platform you want. You can, and Trade Ideas is available in any country. Doesn't matter where you live, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, okay? We do have this special feature, though, that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account and now E-Trade, you can use this window to trade, if that's what you want to do. Not mandatory. So for instance, if I click on CELC, and I check it out, and I say, yeah, I'd like to trade it, I can go back and hover over this trade, and you notice these are my buying and shorting options that I have. How did I do this? Watch the video. You can set up your own. This is what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on an alert. If you like what you see on the chart, you go back, hover over it, and the box will pop up. So very quickly, you can get into a trade. Okay? You just pick how you want to trade it based on what you have set up before. Okay, these are hotkeys, flatten, half, and double. So if I wanted to get out of a trade that I was in, I could just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, or I could double the trade. I could use the sell button here if I want to get out, pick a number of shares, but these are just hotkeys. Okay, so again, not mandatory to use it, it's a feature. Now how I try to push this a lot more, is if you're new to trading, this is a great simulator. So you see underneath Brokerage Plus, we have live and we have sim. So this is a great way to practice trading, paper trading, simulation trading. Okay, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. You know, if you just wanted to start off with our standard service and practice trading for a while without even, while you're setting up a brokerage account, that's fine. You don't need a broker. It's using our real-time data. That's going to be way down the road, Felix. There's a real issue with the API. So, it's not forgotten, but it's going to be way down the road. Well, I wouldn't complicate it. If you want to practice, use our sim, and it's using our real-time data. I wouldn't be bringing in TD Ameritrade and Trade Zero and all, okay? Okay, practice, it's the simplest thing to do is just click on the sim. I'm going to show you. Just click on our sim. Never mind your broker's, like anything. It's got nothing to do with your broker anymore. Just click on our sim, and it's using our real-time data. You asked a question about the Mac. Well, it's a PC-based program. There are ways in which you can use it on a Mac. Brokerage Plus, though, if you have a Mac, there's only two ways you can use it. I will pop this in for the Mac users. You have to be prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud-based service like AWS and Amazon Web Services. That's the only way you can use, if you have a Mac, to use Brokerage Plus. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at how you would practice trading. So let's look at GOVX as an example, okay? Let's just say, though, you didn't want to take it right now. Notice how I clicked on GOVX and the symbol showed up. And I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. You can't do it during the day, Carlos, okay? The only way you can reset it is to get rid of all your trades. You can't do it, though, during the day. If you hold your trades over to the next day, then you can use it to practice swing trading. But if you want to, you can't do it within the day to get it to zero. Wow, GOVX. I mean, that press release is, we're going to cure the world. So let's just say I wanted to take GOVX, but I don't want to take it right now. I want to take it on a pullback. Let's say I wanted to take this on a pullback to 550. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you could do it. So if I type 550 into each box here, and click the buy button, nice big blue line. I'm not in simulation mode, maybe. No, I see, I forgot to put myself in simulation mode. So let's do it again. Okay, so see, a nice big blue line appears on my chart. So if GOVX goes back down to 550, it'll take the trade. I have no idea, Frosted. You'll have to, if there, I don't know of any problem, but you might want to, you might have to, that's out of my realm in terms of tech support. So you might have to send your log files to see if it's what's happening. You're talking about a live account, right? You're talking about trading your real money. I don't know of any problem, though. We got a great winner here, too, with Fubo, guys. I mean, 22.39, 24 now. This is a big area now for it to take out. I mean, that news, that really got it jump-started. Okay, so again, if GOVX pulls back to 550, it'll take the trade. So I know a lot of people, like to try something like that, a pullback. And of course, everything I'm saying right now, you can do with your IB or E-Trade account. Boy, PRVB, you're absolutely right. So I will not, this has just been excellent alert, guys. This has definitely made my day. All right, let's take a trade though right now, okay? So I want to just show you how, because now we're going to talk about the concept of placing a stop and money management. Okay? So, when you get into a trade, unfortunately not every trade is going to work. And you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So how you're going to determine what that price is, that's only going to come with experience, okay? That's why you have to practice. So if I want to get into this trade right now, okay, now I'm going to try to make the math. I always say it like this. I'm going to make the math super simple. And I'll explain what I'm doing. I'm going to buy COM 500 shares at the market. Took the trade at 1744. Actually, that doesn't work out too badly. You can see right there on the 2-minute chart that 1724 wouldn't be a bad stop, okay? So I'm going to add the stop, but before you got into the trade, you would know that already, okay? So I'm going to put the stop at 1724. Because I look at this and say, okay, there looks like there's some decent support there. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. So notice this big red line shows up on the chart. So if I allow it to happen, to move down to 17.24. It'll take me out for a 97.50 loss. I would say it's a bit of a rounding error. Okay, so there's the first concept. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade, and that's only going to come with experience to be able to kind of visualize where where a support area is, where if it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade. The next step is this. Every trade you go into, you have to also be prepared to have a maximum amount that you really want to lose if the trade doesn't work. So if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, this is why I try to make the math easy. If your account size dictates that you could risk, say, $100 a trade, in this particular case, look at I took 500 shares. The difference between my entry and the stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, that's what I wanted to risk on the trade. That's why I took 500 shares. It's in the simulator, remember. Again, 500 shares times, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, equals $100. Okay, very important concept. So you don't go into each trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares each trade, 200 shares, 500 shares, whatever. Your share size will be dictated by the difference between your entry and your stop. You take that difference, divide it into how much you're willing to risk, and that'll share size you, okay? Meanwhile, man, oh man, Fubo, what a run. And it's a big short float too, 23%. All right, next step. So again, if you're new to trading, you've been listening to me, and now you're starting to maybe, get the concept of placing a stop, and also the concept of risking the same amount per trade. So you get into the trade, and it starts to not work. It starts to drift down to your price where you should be getting out. Here's where all the demons start to appear. You start to think to yourself, well, maybe that stop was too tight. Maybe I misinterpreted where the stop should be on the chart. It's obviously too tight, because I know this trade has to work. I've read about it. I've seen things. People are talking about it. The setup looked great. It has to work. Well, guess what? Even the most, the best setup in the world, if they all worked, we'd all be gazillionaires, okay? So they're not all going to work no matter what you think. So, but a lot of times what happens is that you start to second guess, and you start moving your stop down. And it starts approaching your new stop, and you keep moving it down, and you keep moving it down. So now all of a sudden, that $100 manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500, and eventually you give up and you say, oh man, I better get out of this trade, and you start to kick yourself. Okay, so how to counteract that? Pretty simple. You leave your stop in, okay? Let the system take all of the emotion out, and just let it. You get stopped out. You move on. Just do that with your hands. You move on, and you know what? Later on, it may set up again. For all the reasons why you got into it the first place, maybe you were just a little bit early, and maybe it sets up again. You can always get back into the trade. Okay? So important, the concept of placing a stop and obeying it. I guarantee you will not obey it the first few times. You just will not. Okay, so there's my spiel, trade ideas in general. The concept of money management. Yeah, so Carlos, if you got into a position, you would just add the stop order. Okay, so this is all manual. So you see, like I did, I got into COM. I took that trade at 1744, and then I added the stop order. You would know that ahead of time. Again, that's how you would share size yourself. Okay. So you would just add the stop order. Watch this. If I take, let's just take 100 shares of this. I'll go in at the market, buy it right at the market, sells, and then you just add a stop order. I'm just going to, make one up. Okay, 22, 39. Just make one up, add the stop order, and it appears then on the chart. Okay, now I'm gonna exit the trade. I just want to exit, flatten the trade. Okay, now you can also, some of you like to put targets. You can do it. I don't typically put targets, but you can also do the same thing. You can add a target order. Target just meaning a price that you might want to get out. The other thing is that this is a stop, yes, 1744. I'm in at 1730 in the simulator, 1744. Now, if I don't like the way it's trading and it starts to drift down towards my stop, I don't have to let it take me out here. If I just don't like the way it's trading, I can get out earlier, of course, if I want. I could just hit the flatten right now and I'd be out of the trade. That'll happen to me a lot. This for me, my personal stops, that's the absolute worst that I want to do on the trade. Okay? That's the max I want to lose on the trade. But I do reserve the right, if I don't like the way it's trading, to get out earlier. Lucky man, Will. Have fun. One day we'll see you at the Masters. No, you can go back and add the target order if you want. Notice here, I'm on the comms, I don't have a target order, so I could add a target order. I didn't place one. So if I want to put 18 or something, I can do it. I typically don't put target orders, but I know some like to do it. So hard to see on this monthly chart. You see, it's 18, so it's above on the 15 and the daily and even the weekly. You can just sort of see it right there, that red line on the monthly chart. Okay, that's what it would look like. But you can do it, yes. Frank, yes. Yes, I do run a bunch of thumbnail charts, yes. Okay, let me just give that to you. Okay, there's all the information. Go to my homepage, click on Get Trade Ideas, and then there's the promo code. You'll also see it once he clicks on the Trade Ideas link, on my homepage link. What a very, very different day for me compared to yesterday. Now, the other thing I like to do is the max P&L, close P&L, and the distance from exit price, okay? So for instance, this is probably a good example. I mean, I was just showing somebody how you can add a stop order, right? So I got into this trade, you know, in the simulator at 22.60, okay? And I closed it out for a $20 loss. Now, the fact that it says max and it says zero, that means that when I got into this trade at 22.61, it didn't even get up to 22.60, or sorry, at 22.60, it didn't even get up to 22.61. Okay, that's why that says zero. So what this is telling me, but the distance from the exit price, that's telling me, well, that was a pretty good exit, because it is 61 right now. It's 61 cents under where I got out. I got out at 22.41, and the current price is obviously underneath. It's 61 cents underneath that. So if I, let's say again in the simulators with CELC, that I got in at 22.60 and it fired all the way up to $25 or some crazy thing. So my max P&L, what the max P&L is telling me is that, you know, while I was in the trade, that would be the maximum I could have made. So if that was a big positive number, you know, say $500, and you let that turn into a negative, obviously that's not good. Okay? So it's because people are always, and we all do it. I don't care at what level of trader you are. You know, we're always either kicking ourselves for A, not getting out of a trade soon enough, or not staying in a trade longer, you know, not maximizing your gains. This can kind of give you a bit of a gauge as to how good your exits are. You know, so if you saw a big max P&L, and then your close P&L was way underneath that, you know, you might think, you know, maybe my exits aren't too good. You know, if it's consistent like that, you're never, you know, the chances are that you're going to be able to max out every trade is, you know, slim to none. All right, guys. An amazing move for Fubo, guys. Amazing move. I mean, now, I mean, it's, you know, the deal will be here. Can it hold this gap and keep moving, you know, on next week, really? Okay, guys, let's keep it civil. I mean, some people, if they want to short it because they think it's a top for a short-term play, you know, go ahead. I mean, it's way above a channel. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying, you know, there's two ways to. It doesn't mean when you're shorting it, you mean they think it's garbage or it's going to move right back down to here. But hey, everybody's different. All right, I haven't even looked at my option scan for a while. Okay, well, here's another one that's down for the day. ONCT. So I'm going to stick an alert around 8:55 or so, see if it takes that out a little bit later. Well, the alert was at 860, okay, from the option scanner. So I want to see if it starts getting close to it. That's all. Back up to that level. Okay, because the alert from my option scanner was at 860. You know, it popped a little bit. So I just want to see if it can approach that level again, and take it and start to move. I mean, the high of yesterday was 940 or so. So it would have some room. That would worry maybe a little bit about all this, but so far PRVB is just stellar. Look at it on the 15, you know, pretty steady. Even on the 5, just that little pullback. I think I have. I think I've got my trade of the day, stock of the day. I can't imagine PRVB, the percentage move, and now it's over 8. Wow. Yeah, you can just go and sell. You know, this just because you've got a stop in, that's not a sell, okay? That's not a, well, it's a sell in theory, but if you want to sell earlier, for sure. You know, and you can pick how many shares and the price you want to get out at. Those are not really, I guess in theory they're orders, you know, to sell at a certain price and to buy at a certain, or, well, sell at, you know, either on the high side or the low side. But you can always, you know, you can always go in here and sell whatever you want. So, look what happened, guys. GOVX, it took the trade, you know, on the pullback. Now, if I don't like the way it's trading, now the other thing is that before I did that, I would have to know where my stop is also, okay? So, you know, here's your thought process. Your thought process is this. Okay, I want to take GOVX on a pullback to 550. If it takes the trade, you know, I have to know where my stop is if it doesn't work. So again, you do know what your stop is, and that will share size you. So that's where you'd put how many shares you want to take if it does pull back to that level. And then you'll know where your stop is ahead of time. Again, this is why you have to practice trading. You know, none of this, I mean, it's not hard, but it just takes, you know, it takes a little bit of practice. Now, at this point, if I don't want, let's just say, so to answer your question, Carlos, I mean, I'll add the stop order. I'll put it at, you know, I'll just put it at 522, okay? So I've added the stop order. It's down here. But if I don't like it, if I want to, you know, trade out 150 shares or half, I want to get a half my trade, I would just click on half. I'm out of half the trade. See? It went from, no, must have picked the wrong one. No, I picked the wrong one. I highlighted the wrong one. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. So it went from 300 to 150. Okay? And if I still don't like it, you know, then I just flatten it. And now I'm out. So even though I had that stop order, notice how the stop order disappears on the chart. Tim, I can do it. You're talking about for the other room that I'm talking in both rooms, but so Tim, you're talking about this room here, the main trading room? Wow, what a drop. Well, as you know, Sam, Real's got his scan and he flipped it and it didn't give him good results at all. So I have no answer for that. You know, he flipped it. And yeah, so I certainly don't have an answer. Okay, Tim, so when you click on the link, this is what you should see. I just clicked on the link. You know, you probably see this. I just clicked on the link and this is what I got. Well, Alcoa, okay, Carlos, good. Alcoa releases next week. Aluminum sector, so they have an earnings next week, so we'll see how that goes. All right, so ONCT is kind of getting back. So let's just see here. That's a 3-bar pullback. Real likes it was a 3-bar pullback on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, so David, it's a matter of, first of all, knowing where you're going to get out, of course. Okay, so the price you're going to get out, you know where you got in, and you just subtract those two. The difference between, say, your entry and your stop. I use this. I made the math easy here. My entry was 17.44. My stop was 17.24. So the difference is 20 cents. You divide that 20 cents into what you're prepared to risk on the trade and dollar-wise. So 20 cents into 100. You know, I mean, I can't tell you what you're going to risk. Gave me the 500 shares. Yeah, but real, it's in my option scanner. Yeah, it's in the option scanner. Right there, 18,860. It pulled back. I'm just waiting to see if it retakes that area. All right, it's just the filters, of course, that are triggering it. But the star has been PRVB. That's almost $1 now, guys. You know, little pullback there. Nothing too severe, but PRVB. All right, guys, so here's the COM in the simulator. Starting to work a little bit from the simulator. You know, the original alert was down here at 1721. Now, you can also use this distance from the exit price. If you start to see, you know, if you're out of a trade and you see one, you might think, okay, well, maybe I should get back into this trade, you know, as an example. Okay. So, I mean, I like this distance from the exit price. It can kind of give you a bit of a gauge, obviously, about how good are your exits. But remember what I was saying. I'm fat. Wow, look at that. I mean, it just popped 48 cents. just as I spoke. Yeah, it can do anything it wants there, Real. I am more than happy if it does that. All right, guys, comms is, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but it is, you know, I mean, it's got all sorts of room now. I mean, it doesn't have any resistance, really. I mean, till 25. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, as a potential swing trade, you know, for those of you who like to swing trade, you know, it's got the room. It did have some news, so there is a reason why it is moving. Analysts praise the home network spinoff. There's even a cross here, Real. Little cross at 848. ADMA crossing just a little bit above the 200 day, the 20 SMA. I haven't even talked about that for a long time. What a fast morning. Ah, look at, boy, this has just turned PRVB. What's the float? It's not crazy low. Oops, wait a minute. Get the right symbol up here. Yeah, I mean, it's not a crazy low float either. But evidently an overreaction to the news that came out. Yeah, I guess I won't change the scanner. The other one is the ONCT. Let's see. It doesn't have quite the same look as the PRV, but you know, it's sort of similar. I mean, it has that big gap down. So the high yesterday was 954. When you look at PRVB, you know, it's kind of similar, just beaten up. He's right. Just a minute. Just a minute, guys. I'm just answering an email. Here's the minute. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just again, internal emails and things like that, support. So I'm just following. Had to answer a couple of questions. Wow. All right, guys. Well, the longer this holds here, this ONCT, the more I'm getting interested in it. A little bit of resistance in just even the pre-market right there. Maybe some, well, that resistance up here is fine. I mean, it's 9 something. So, let's see what the news is for ONCT. I mean, had a big day 2 days ago. It sell off, held yesterday. You know, sellers tried to knock it down. Sellers took control this morning, though. But, you know, it's above the open, of course. That's why that candle is green. So it is above the open. All right, AMRS continues. This is one we saw earlier today. That was a gap up and go, trying to recover. It's above yesterday's high. All right, guys, calm. Beauty. Look at this move now for calm. Look at the volume coming in. Definitely a winner now from my watch list. 1721. All right, PRVB making its first little. Let's see what happens here. I've already traded some out, of course. You know me. I will never just, that's not a move here. But Real's talking about a potential turn up in this area. He's usually pretty bang on, so be aware. Yeah, the stock of the decade not doing too well. NTNX on the way down. Cloud service. All right, keep it. Well, I might want to keep an eye on this one. What is this? RAAS. So this is a China stock. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's got too much support in the area, so I guess I'm going to forget about it. LHDX. Let's see what this one is doing. Gap up and reverse. All right, guys, it is now 11:30. I just want to make sure that it'll be Andy in the YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm just following a discussion right now. Just the normal one, Aija, not the filtered, just the normal. All right, guys. Sorry, I am just again following an email discussion elsewhere. Market's been a little bit choppy. We had that big downturn. Started in the pre-market around 7:30. Market 8:45. We had a big downturn. Then the market opened. We had an upturn. Then we had a downturn. Then we have an upturn. So choppy SPY today. Very choppy SPY today. But a lot of the things that we have looked at have had at least a reasonably decent trend for a while. Look at the gold, the GOVX right up here. Great trend for a while. The PRVB, of course. The COM was a little trickier. Now, watch this, guys. So you see, with the COM, what have I got here? So I'm just going to flatten out of this trade in the simulator for a COM. All right, guys, I'm just, again, just biding my time really until, well, noon. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's only 11:34. I'm sorry. I thought it was 11:44. So this one here, this AGC, this is the one, I think I took it a couple of days ago, just sort of as a potential, well, in the simulator, as a swing trade. It had this news, I think it was this day here, it might have been this day 2 days ago. Can't remember anymore. Can't remember what the news was even, but there was some decent news. Oh, that's right. It was the grab. I think it was Grab. I think that was an Indonesian, sort of the Indonesian Uber. So these guys are also, I'm just looking at some news here. Indonesian travel unicorn Traveloka is in advanced talks for a public listing via SPAC with BTWN. So that probably was news yesterday. That's why it spiked. But it hasn't really broken out. Tilray, I don't know what the cannabis plays are doing today. Yeah, well, it's extended now though, right? So for Tilray, I don't know, is cannabis having a bit of a pop? I don't like it. I mean, it's got to get out of all this. I mean, to really make some money on this one, I mean, unless you're trying to scalp intraday, it's got to really, really break out. Looked like it was all going to happen up here. Got up to $30. But I mean, ever since then, most of the cannabis plays have just drifted down. All right, well, PRVB is coming back. I still have some left. It is coming back. Let's see if it takes out the high. Okay, yeah, it's Andy in the YouTube room today. Okay. So again, I'll be taking a break at around noon. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop in the YouTube link. If you want to head over there while I'm on my break, just put the YouTube link in here. Okay, Lily, please give me the cloud link. Okay, you're giving me like it's hard. It's hard for me to. You're giving me an old collaboration kind of a link. So if you're still in the room, Lily, just give me the cloud link. Okay, you know how to do that, right? Right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now it's in. It's in the. So you've saved it, and then just paste it. Control V. Okay. Meanwhile, Grow, yeah, somebody mentioned Grow earlier on as something to watch. A nice spot. Is that a pretty good month in the 9 days? Not 9 trading days, but look at this, from 687 to 1240. So Lily, did you hear me? Please send the cloud link, okay? Not, I don't even know how you're doing that other way. Just send the cloud link. Just right click, save or share to cloud, save. So now, and then just paste it in, Control V it in. So we have a cloud link. Other guys won't look at it if it's not in that format. I see what you said. I think maybe it has to be an option then, because I mean, there's still a lot of people who will be using IB. So I think it's going to have to be an option. The question was removing commissions from the simulator. I just mentioned this one a little bit earlier. This RAAS, didn't kind of like it because I thought there might be too much support in this area, but it's given about 50 cents from where I mentioned it. ONCT, guys. Okay, that convinces me. This convinces me not to add that filter in. Let's see. I mean, it's a bit of a pop. Let's see if we can hold it and get right back up. But it's the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came into ONCT. So what I'm talking about as far as not... Oh, man, this is, yeah, somewhat on fire. The option, a lot of option plays today. Hardly any yesterday. But, of course, the star was PRVB. And then we have COM. Paratech for a while. This one... I mean, it was up and then it just dropped. So 1539, it got up to 1540. So I wouldn't call that a winner. This one, I mean, jury's still out a little bit, but I mean, certainly 860 got up to 887. And then we've got Grow at 1236 and at 1267 now. So some pretty nice ones from the option scanner today. Grow. Well, because I didn't take this one, I won't. This will not be my sock of the day, but this is definitely a nice one though. Lots of opportunity to get into the trade right here. I haven't even looked. Talking about the AI. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just scanning over some of the other Symbols I've got LHDX. No, not really. RAAS. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a lot of shorts, probably a lot of shorts available. Interactive brokers. Yeah, interesting. No shorts available. Who's your broker? Almost 4 million shorts available at IB, Interactive Brokers for QS. Who's your broker, Zoro? Really? I mean, that's a big discrepancy. Guys, FBio may be starting to creep. Well, it is creeping back up now, but it might be taking out a little area on the 15-minute chart. Remember, it got up to 579 when the market opened, pulled all the way back here. But it might be trying to base here. And then if we get some volume on the 15s, it might have another surge. Well, I guess I should pay a little more attention to this LHDX. I mean, it's an all-time, basically, yeah, it's an all-time low now. So they had an IPO here, disaster. I mean, the day of, my guess is, well, not the day of. Let me back this daily chart out a little bit. So they're IPO'd here, $23, had a great, week, got up to 36, or 2 weeks. 3 weeks, peaked. Since then, I mean, look at the slide. From 38 down to $8. Wow. Wonder what happened. Who's behind that one? See if I can see that. Who is behind that one? Because investors will not be happy with that one. LHDX, let me just do a quick look, see if I've still got it listed here. Oh, Joan, I see Joan was a recent IPO. Did not realize that. Shoot, I don't have... I can show 100. Okay, let's see if I can see it now. Because I have to go back to February. I know I'm talking to myself. Here we go. So who is behind this one? So 17 million. Bank of America, William Blair. I don't know who Life Science is, but, I mean, Bank of America, William Blair, boy, this has just been a disaster. I mean, it was supposed to open around 17, 9 million shares. So, I mean, it opened strongly and continued for 3 weeks until it, that week hit here. And look at this. I mean, this is really a disaster. I wonder what happened. I mean, I'm sure there's news somewhere for LHDX, but I mean, that's really, I can't remember seeing something like this that's so high priced with, some decent institutions behind it, and just, I mean, a matter of a few weeks, just crashing. You almost wonder, like, why did they go public? It's a virus play? Okay, but wow. All right, guys, it's getting closer to my break time. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. That'll be on a break. I'll do my quick video, then I have a workout. Yeah, but GovX was supposed to save the world. Yeah, we have all the indices green now. NAS was down a little bit earlier on, but it is now positive. The Dow has always been positive. The SPY is up a little bit, so making new highs probably. Let's take a look at the SPY. Yep, look at this. Another new high for the SPY. Boy, this CELC has been all over the place. So now look at this. So it's $1.71 below where I exited. Remember, I just took this as showing somebody how to add a stop. But, it's $1.71 now under where I exited. Funny reel. Oh, NCT guys. I mean, I can't make this much. I want to point it out though, maybe. ONCT's been really nice. Had my alert set right here. Somebody asked me before, why would I set the alert there? That's why. I wanted to see if once it got close to the 860, it was right there around 856. So, wanted to see whether or not. I mean, okay, it's convinced me not to add the fact that the stock has to be up for the day as a filter in there. Two good ones today versus the one bad one today. Yesterday. Not bad, but it didn't work. We have a halt here, VECT. This is an IPO, guys. VECT is an IPO, just opened. Let me see if I can quickly see who's behind it. I know I'm going to be taking off soon. Just quick to see who's behind that one. We have Bank of America. So is this a Dutch Lyric? Where are they out of? No, it doesn't say where they're out of. 7.5 million shares at $17. Yeah, if you're talking about AstraZeneca, I mean, yes, that is, I don't want to weigh in on it too much, but I mean, it's such a low percentage, but it is what it is. All right, Andy, I see you there. Okay, guess we can do it that way now. All right, let me stop the stream and have fun for that hour, Andy. Let me just stop the stream.
Hello traders, let me know if you can hear me. All right, hi Jacques, good morning. Yeah, still morning here for me. Hey Aja, how you doing, buddy? All right, looks like we have contact. For some of you who may be in here for the first time, this is our, thank you Burnt, appreciate it. In here for the first time, yeah, this is the trading, no, it's not, see, it's the support session for the Friday edition. My name is Andy. I'll be walking you through the next hour or so. We'll be looking at some stocks, but I don't have anything on the agenda of today. Okay, this is a straight up Q&A. So if you do have questions about the software, be sure to use your questions panel there provided for you in our live stream chat. So that's where you want to ask your questions, and we'll jump on them and see what we can do to help you out. Yeah, no, that's right, Bernd. I've seen you in here before. Definitely seen you around. Had used yeah, okay, well you've been sounds like when we first started, that was many years ago, about probably 15 years ago to be exact. Yeah, I was around then too. I was one of the very first users, so it's great to see other people that have used the software, as long as some of us here, many of us actually, most of us I would say. All right, so I know you guys got the latest beta version, which is good. So if you do have any questions about any new features, let me know. Or if you just have, or if you're new to the product and you have a question about configurations or anything like that, yeah, just fire away, man, and we'll jump on it. You got washed out in the 2008 crash. You know what? A lot of people got washed out then, and yeah, that was a scary moment there in 2008, early 2009. It'll happen again at some point. We just don't know when. But far cry from it, what we're seeing now. That's for sure. Markets just keep going higher, like no end in sight. All right, let's take a look around, see what's happening. Looks like the home builders have been very strong lately. The big leaders to the day on my sector analysis here. Retail, nothing, just killing it today. Home builders up the most, 1.2%. Yeah, Steve and I always say that. We always call it, this market needs a bath, man. It needs to be rinsed out, and wash some of the dirt off. It makes it, I've never liked these markets that just keep, going up with no pullback or anything like that. It makes it tough, especially now if you're an investor. I'm liking it in my 401k, but as far as like swing trading and day trading, I always like to see a nice heavy pullback, even a correction at times, because boy, that can sure provide some opportunity. All right, let's make sure I'm not seeing anything. Let's see, Jeremy, I am confused about how to link my interactive account to IB. I have the light version. Yes, Jeremy, I don't think you're going to be able to link the light version. You can send a go see our chat online chat room, and hey Mike, how are you? And get a tech in there. But I think there may be some sort of basic linking, but I think for the most part you have to have TWS. Unfortunately, that light version is I haven't been on that. I use TWS, but I know it's anytime they have these watered down version, they're just, they offer free commissions on that one, I believe. Yeah, a lot of their API and their features are just kind of underdeveloped, if you would. They just want to make it just a real simple program for you to basically execute trades from. So you're probably, you know, I don't think, but I don't want to say for sure. That's why I want you to go visit and maybe talk to one of our techs to see if there's something you can do. But I'm pretty sure, that you can't link to the light version. Oh yeah, keeping the lights on. Yeah, I hear you, Mike. See, that's it's important to do. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, contact, or you can just send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and if there is anything that you can do, one of the techs will tell you. But I don't want to get your hopes up. Boy, there's a lot of things been really looking good on my revenue growth fishing lately. Just possible turnarounds. I'm in this Kang. I've been in for a couple of days, but I'm starting to think this thing's going to never do anything. It's just what a tight range that is, and it's kind of trying to hold this 10 period moving average, but I think I got in it yesterday. This one was just something that I added in my paper trader, but gosh, anytime I see something like that, I know if it's wound really tight like this, if it does go, it can have a really good momentum move to it. But we'll see. Starting to lose a little faith. I thought it may do it yesterday. Haven't been doing a whole lot. Like I said, when the market gets overextended, I thin out and not doing it. I'm in that. I bought yesterday. I bought Blink coming through my extreme volume high-low pro, and this is what's frustrating. I mean, you get a beautiful pivot line breakout like you see on this. That is a beautiful pivot line right there. You can see all the little levels of interest, of support, resistance, and several times resistance, and finally pokes through on some decent volume, the best volume it's had in several weeks. And I did sell half yesterday around 45, but you expect to see a little follow through on something like that. And what do you have? It gaps down. I have no idea why, but it gaps down about 5% today. And trying to dig in here, but that's indicative of what kind of the stuff I'm seeing in the market now. You just, something like that, you expect maybe a little follow through, at least up here to maybe this level, 53 or something like that. We'll see. Maybe he'll still get going. And Ride, I scalped it the other day. I caught it down here for a little bit. Anyway, that's been kind of basing, but trying to hold up here, basing for a couple of weeks now. So looking for a potential bounce out of that. The sector's not doing all that great today, but anyway, sometimes when the market gets overextended, I like to do a little bottom fishing. Nothing wrong with bottom fishing as long as you have a technical reason, for getting in. This is kind of like the bird in the hand. Of course, I hated that little opening. This is the kind of crap that just drives you crazy. Everything's looking good, opens up and just gets driven down to the tune of about 6%. And it's like, this kind of deal, you just got to stomach it, I guess. but I'm in that around $12, so I'm a little bit underwater there. That's it really. I'm not doing a whole lot right now. Take a look at some of these others while we're waiting for questions. Clips, that one, just another one just kind of riding sideways. This is revenue growth fishing. These companies in here have really strong revenue growth. Be interested if you can get above that 50. Splunk, another one. Seeing a lot of these. There's King just going sideways. Another one right there. A lot of them look the same. So mad I missed this Fubo this morning. I think I was working with somebody, and really upset that I missed that horseshoe right there. That was a beautiful little volume. I do have an alert in case it comes back. I can maybe jump in it. I'm not going to chase it up 17% though. Great example of that BBW. If you're using our Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, anytime you're using a new high alert, it's going to show you the levels of resistance. And this was almost textbooked. Ran up for about an hour and a half and then ran right into that resistance and backed off. Maybe when you stick an alert up here, if it does get above that $9 level, could be interesting. Maybe it goes sideways for a while and then finally breaks out. So that's something on days, where, especially Fridays, a lot of times when it's, difficult trading historically, it's a good time to maybe just do your homework, go through and set up, levels of interest just by, if you're going through some of your charts, maybe on that one I just mentioned, that King. Maybe you just come in here and you set a high above that breakout level around 58 or something like that. Next thing you know, a couple of days from now, maybe it's going off and huge volume is coming out and you can get you a quick 20%er. Often do this. Just play around, and because I'm telling you, if you see something and you don't do it, there's a good chance what's going to happen is you're going to see it come flying through one of your Master Blaster windows, and you're like, oh man, I was looking at that the other day. Why didn't I put an alert? Let's see. All right, guys, the questions panel is open. You guys, anybody have any questions? Don't worry if it sounds too elementary. We've all had this product for the first time at one time in our lives, so any questions that you might have, please fire away. Otherwise, we'll just talk stocks. If you have anything you want me to look at, I'll be happy to look at and give you my opinion on it. Sure. Grows had a few good days there. Wow. CGA, yeah, they came to play. What's that TLRY doing? Oh, kind of stuck in the mud, huh? Nothing going on there. Put alert above this 10 period here in case it gets active with some volume. A little bit higher there. Don't want to get suckered in. The big boys the last couple of days have been kind of leading the way, just trudging higher. There's a DNN alert that I'd stuck in there. Yeah. Apple's been on a decent move the last few days. Microsoft, I just showed you there. Facebook, although not doing anything today, it's been these been kind of the guys that's been leading the way higher over the last several days. Okay, so the tech heavy Nasdaq is coming into play. IWM is not participating. As a matter of fact, I bought some TZA for a little hedge in our fund today that we trade. You can see my buy signal there. Put a little just a hedge, because that's the sector that's kind of been weak, not participating lately. So, there's a good chance it's tried to break this 10-period moving average a couple of times. Has not yet done it, but stick that in for a little hedge on some of my longs in our fund that I trade. Okay, let's get everything back up to real time here. All right, guys. Anybody want to look at some stock? Good afternoon, Deacon Blues. That's funny. I was humming that song yesterday in my head. Good tune. Take a look at Dawn of the Dead. I hadn't looked at that in a few days. Not a whole lot on there. Just three charts. That's having a decent move today. Vive. Huh. Wait a minute now. That has some good revenue. Was that not in my... that has 27% revenue growth. I'm not sure why it's... Oh, it may be that it's not in the lower 30% now. Maybe it was in there earlier. Oh. We'll have to look at that. Oh, the average volume. It could be an average volume thing. I'll have to take a look at that later. Nice move today nonetheless. VX was coming through doing some huge volume today. Oh boy, this is why you don't chase. That was nasty. Yeah, Steely. Yep, that was definitely singing that song. May have even been this morning in my head. I'm gonna put a little. Oh, put a condor on the SPX. Good luck. I'm not too much of a options trader. I will buy some just straight up calls every now and then, but I don't understand all those iron condors and butterfly was whatever. I could if I just took the time to do it, but I've always been just kind of a common guy, if you will. Trade the common. Although in the past I needed to start doing it again, because I used to do very well on beating bottom fishing. Speaking of bottom fishing, I think a great way to do that a lot of time is just buying calls. Kind of limit your risk a little bit, and then of course you could really get, if it does go, you can get paid. How about PLTR? There we go. We shall look. Yeah. See what you're looking at there. Not bad. It's got a nice cash position. Some things I like to look at when I'm making maybe a swing trade. I don't like stocks that just absorbed in tons of debt. That's why you don't catch me playing a lot of energy stocks. A lot of those companies are just buried in debt. But this has, man, look at that cash position compared to the debt. So a great cash to debt ratio. Makes a little money quarterly. That's not bad. Yeah, that's I'm seeing some things in there that I like. This is one I'll just probably mark up, put an alert. Probably going to go off today if I do it, but let's see. It's about a 2-week high right there. Let's see if I can get back through there. Kind of a pivot level too. You can see all the congestion going back along this line right here. Scroll back deeper and get a bit better look. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, some people like to have all the aligns, all the stars aligned, if you will, and you know, you do have a downward sloping 50 period here now. So if it does get through this level, though, I could see it going up to that. There's $2 right there just to make it to the 50 period. So, and then you also have a little bit of a resistance right there just above it, but not bad at all. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I know what stress for day traders, you know, it feels like, because I did it for pretty much 17 years, and you know, was a you know, 150 to 200,000 shares a day day trader, so I was pretty active. But yes, swing trading, and I'm sure options are a lot less stressful. Okay, just wondering if all these windows are in real time. Yes, rewind. They are. Everything is in rewind. Now, the top list, when you see a T window like this, let me show you. These are what we call top list, and they are scans. And what they do is there's no alert in these, so there's no really reason for them to have them be in real time. So but they refresh every 30 seconds, and of course that data that you get every 30 seconds is in real time. But these are just, you set filters up. It's kind of like a scan that you find on you know, other programs. You set all these filters up, and then of course any symbol that matches or that satisfies all your filters are going to appear in your window. So you really would not want this refreshing every, you know, second, because stocks would come in and out of it too quickly. You couldn't hardly follow it. But all of our alerts, this M window that you see here, and this is and let's see if I have I don't know if I have I don't have a regular A window up. I got 2 M windows, which are basically a combination of A windows in one window. So yeah, they're all going to be in real time. Okay, a little bit of lag on our charting server. Okay, it's just that will improve hopefully over the years as soon as we can redo some scaffolding. But so, you know, we're not a charting package software. Okay, our strength is our real-time alerts. Nobody out there can do real-time alerts like we can, so yes, the alerts are all in real time. So a little bit of lag on the charts. Single stock window up here will have a little lag. It's on another server as well, but nothing major. You're welcome. You're welcome, Philip. What do I think? Okay, Jermaine, let's take a look at that. Go. Not bad. Not bad. You can see it's above its 10 period and its 20 period. And I see it's 200-day creeping up down there below. Very much similar to the last one we just looked at, where your 50 period is starting to kind of roll over, but still not bad at all. You may be having your 10 period crossing your 20 period here soon, which could be kind of bullish for potential momentum. Not seeing, I'm not sure what happened yesterday. A pretty decent gap up, and then closing a nice percentage up yesterday. And you do have a pivot level kind of right here, and I'll zoom out to see if it's so that would definitely constitute a not a major, but definitely a resistance line there. So if it can get above that, it would be bullish. So let's just put an alert at yesterday's high. Now, when I pick these, I love picking, like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with bottom fishing. You can get some very impressive moves when you're right. The problem is a lot of people, they get stubborn when they're wrong because you really believe with all your heart that the stock's going to, go at some point. It's just like Steve's in here as well with me, and we're both in this ride. And, it was looking great coming into the day. I hope it closes back above this. Let me take off that stupid. I shouldn't call it stupid. I like those things. I just in my way right now. Hold on. Show executions. There you go. So right now you can see the 10 period has been sloping down for some time now, and the momentum has been to the downside. Every time it touches the 10 period, it has been rejected and gone lower, and could not even get to the 10 period for a 2-week period here. But now you see some stabilization. It's been going sideways for a couple of weeks. The 10 period is potentially sloping around. Now, this is still in a downtrend. Okay, the odds are probably not in our favor. But what I like about this is when you're right, you can be right to the tune of, in a stock like this to potentially, 25, 30, 50%. Okay, the problem is when you're wrong, you just have to get out, So drop dead stop is, probably the multi-month low down here, which it's not that far away. So you're basically, giving yourself a buck, but if you're right, you could make, 8 to 10 bucks. So those are the kind of reward risk that I like. The problem is there's a good chance 70% of the time you could be wrong, in a chart like this, because it is in a downtrend. Just because it starts going sideways, and flirting around with stabilizing and potentially putting in a nice base doesn't necessarily mean that, it's changed course. So anyway, the Fubo was one that was in, I tried the other day right in here and off its 200 day, I thought it was a great little area on this 200 day down here, and I bought it. Luckily, I scalped it out this day on the 3rd day there, and I mean, you're still looking at a $3 move, on a, so that was what, 15%. But I'm disappointed that I didn't get it this morning. But getting back is when you do hit some of these right, you're 30 to 50% can easily be accomplished. But when you're wrong, you just got to get out. Get out, move on, maybe put an alert, try it again later. All right. But yeah, the Kogo, not a bad chart. And Kayla. Let's take a look. Nice day today. Okay, here's the first thing that jumps out at my mind is let's do a trend. Let me just make this a little bit bigger so you guys can get it. You can see what I'm doing here. I mean, you basically got a trend right there. So it's It's in a downtrend. Okay. Uh, Pretty big move off the bottom already down here. I mean, it looks good, but if I missed, this much of a move, I would probably want it to maybe go sideways and then get back above the 50 period moving average. It's not one that I would prefer taking a chance on right here, because you're basically right at the top of the trend. Uh, but if it gets above this level right here, the 50 period moving average, so maybe that $8 level, is where I would probably be interested in something like this, because you know, I would have never bought it down here anyway, because it just looked horrible, and I would usually let something to base. So there's a good chance that this is going to pull back here in the coming, or today or coming days. But I hope that makes sense. It's one of those kind of things that you missed the move off the bottom. This, like I said, but this would be a very dangerous bottom fish down here. You're basically catching a fallen knife, and now you're at the top of this downtrend. Okay, so see if it can break this downtrend, and then maybe get a back above this 50, and that could be could be something to keep an eye on. Of course, you have the 200-day that's sloping down too, so you got a few issues with it, but I don't know where you're in from, or even if you're in it right now, but looks like it's trying to possibly turn the corner. Rewind says, thank you. Please scroll up the window extreme volume. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. I had it too low. I think I was looking for something. Abdul says, hi, is it possible to set up an alert for stocks about to cross EMA 25? No, not right now. Okay, right now all we have for filters are SMAs. So you'd have to use a 20 period SMA. So the best thing to do, if you do have the software at this point, is just go to an alert window. Anytime you have a question about what we have, if you put in EMAs, you're not going to find anything. So what I would do would put in, like, if I'm looking for something that may be similar to a 25, the best we're going to have is 20 SMA, and you can see we have several alerts associated with crossovers, and then what I like are the filters. Okay, so you said, is it possible to set up like for stocks about to cross the EMA? So we're going to say SMA, and we're going to use 20. So a great workaround here is change from, and I think you're talking about a 20-day. Is that right, Abdul? You're talking about a 20-day SMA, or I know you were referring to a 25 EMA, but let's focus on the 20-day SMA. Are you looking for a 15-minute or a daily chart, or what time frame are you looking at? Well, I'll show you how to do it for a 20-day, and the same rules will apply to a intraday time frame as well. So you would just click on add filter, and then what I would do would be, okay, the 5-minute. Let me just go back and see. Closed down. Let me just fire up a new one. And okay, so let's go 5 SMA. See if we have it. There we go. Change from 5 period. Okay, 5-minute SMA. So what you would do is you would add alert. Okay, and then remember, I'm sorry, this is a filter. So you're adding a filter, and what you can do is you can put a minimum of 0. Okay, a max of, let's say, 0.05. So you're making a little bracket now to where any stock that comes through your alert has to be within this range. Okay, so you would know it's crossing through the 5 period SMA. So let's just, and you could come over here and you could use, well, what you could do is you could set up a T window, or you could set up an A window, and maybe just use a 5-minute high, 15-minute high. I would use a combination of them. Maybe a 5-minute high, and then you can come over here and use a 15-minute high. And then you can come in to use a new high. So now what you're doing is you're setting up many alerts, because you're not concerned about, you know, if it's hitting a new high or not. You just want to catch it when it's crossing that 5 period. Now there will be a lot of stocks coming through here, so what you'd want to do is build some parameters around it. Okay, so since we don't have any more questions coming in, let me just walk through this so we can kind of help those who may be experimenting around with configuring alerts, what they can do. So in this scenario, I know just through experience, if I leave it like this, I'm going to get so many alerts coming through I can't even follow it. So what I want to do is come in here and maybe build some parameters. Let's do price over $5. Let's put some average daily volume in here. Let's see, I like to use about 500,000. You could come in and change it, do whatever you want to with it. Let's do 5-minute volume, maybe 200. So there's some volume coming in here, so we're not just seeing anything. Change from close. Let's make sure they're open. They're up on the day. So we can put a 0.01 right here, and then we'll know we'll only catch stocks that are green on the day. Relative volume, I'm gonna leave that out because right now the volume has been so low lately. I'm probably not gonna get a whole lot. Now what I would do in something like this, because you're still going to get, even with adding these filters, we're still going to get tons of things coming through. So what I would do is try to build something for daily charts. Okay, so position and range are very powerful filters. I use this in tons, and so do other traders here. And I'd probably use a position in a 10-day range. Add filter, and maybe I want it on the upper end of this 10-day range. Okay, so the stock is showing some sort of bullish, you know, price action over the last 10 days. At least it's at the top of that 10-day range. We got volume in the 5-minute, and we got the change. Let's see what's happening here. Let's fire this up and see. And we'll just call this crossing 5 SMA 15-minute. Let's see. No, wait, what was it? 5-minute chart. All right. Let's fire it away and see what happens here. Let's also put this on a 5-minute chart, same time frame. And I don't have a 5 in here, so I'm going to have to add a 5-period SMA. I'm going to duplicate it so I don't mess up my window here. And I will go down to indicators. Let's modify indicators, and we'll change the one I was in to a 5. Okay, so that should be a 5 right there. So let's take a look and see what's been coming through here today. I didn't add any columns, so we can come back and do that later. But you can see not too much. So let's see if it was working. Let's go back to, well, let's start about 9 o'clock. Okay, not a whole lot. There you go. You had a stock to pop up. Okay, and it popped above its 5-period. You can see the 5-period right there, so that signal worked. TRQ, nice one right there, popped above. You got alert in that one. at looks like 9:14. Let me zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Nice one there. This one just looks like it got right at 0 and fired, so it looks like it was just right at that number. So you could always come in and make that minimum a little bit tighter so it's above. There you go, that one. 54.83. Yeah, so that one came down and just went right below it and popped back up. But see, I'm not sure when. You probably wouldn't have got it to right here. Yeah, right when it crossed that 5-minute high there. So this is actually kind of kind of working for you. And like I said, you can change it if you want to. I'll share this one with you. And some interesting, boy, I tell you, this one's kind of performing there for you. See, here's the deal. Because the way we set this up, okay, it's hitting a 5-minute high, okay, and so the alert is triggering, and even though the stock is not crossing, it's above, okay, so we're still getting, the alert, even though it's not really crossing. So some of them are going to be crossing, some of them are not, okay, just without using one. The reason I like this one is because right now our alerts, when they do trigger, okay, they wait for the bar to close before they signal you. In other words, before they alert you. So this is going to give it to you in a little bit quicker, real time, okay, when you build a filter like that. I think this is working actually pretty good. This one that worked, it popped through, but just kind of went sideways, and now it's trying to work for you. All right, let me put this back on. And like I said, this is a great starting point for you. You might want to go in there and, like I said, make it your own. Put in some more filters. But this is, like I said, a great starting point for you. When you first time you run it, you see a lot of actually beautiful potential trades in there. So let me just do this. I will share this. All right, and I will put it in here. Crossing 5 SMA. You're welcome, Abdul. And you know what? I left it kind of blank. What I would do if I had this, I would maybe put some different columns in there. So what you might want to do is just come in here, configure, and this is subjective, so I'm not going to build it for you. So just come in here and put the columns that you want to in here. So that would, I don't want to build it because, like I said, those are kind of personal in my opinion. You could use whatever you want to, the data points that you want to see. It's a nice looking little chart there, man. It's kind of a nice potential looking shot up, and now maybe going to just do a nice little candy cane back to highs. See, this is the daily tells it all to me. Well, I always focus on the daily. So you got a nice little, see what happened here this morning. You ran right into this almost to a T right there. Okay, so that's what you ran into this morning, and backing off. And now if it can go and get through that level, more than likely it's going to try to go up here. It may take 2 or 3 days to do it, but I love, even if I'm day trading, or I'm always playing off the daily. All right, let me get a drink of water real quick. Hi, Andy. I noticed the trade candle when you right-click on the chart. Please explain. Are you talking about this little, the blue candle right here? When you say trade candle? Michael? Let me, when I right click on a chart, these are the, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Trade candle now. Go long using this candle, go short. You know what? This is something new. So what this will be tied to, Michael, good question. And I got to look into this because I've always been using the trade. If I were going to trade from the chart, I have strategies that are built in my IB. In all honesty, I'm more of a discretionary trader. I have been for years. I just like to go into my, especially now that I'm swing trading, I go into my system and make executions, manually. I just prefer to do it that way. But you can trade from the chart using IB at this time, and hopefully E-Trade will be added soon, and with others to follow. But this trade candle now, go long using this candle. I'm going to have to look into that. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sure it has something to do with, let me see if they're pre-built in here. Hold on. Strategies. Let's see. So here is your yeah, I'm not seeing anything in there. I thought there may be a pre-built strategy in here for long the candle layout, but I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna have to look into that, Michael. Yeah, it is one-click trading is what it is. Steve's right. I just don't know if it's using like the high and low of that candle. I think that would be maybe it's meant for like a daily chart if you're trading off a daily chart. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, I have, you have to sign it. You have to sign this, I'm sure, in the oh gosh, what did I just do? I didn't lose y'all, did I? Are you guys still there? Okay, good. I don't know what happened there. I'm not going to try that again. That could be a bug. Okay. Yeah, because all I did was trade candle now, go long, and it looks like it shut down my system. So that may be a bug. I don't know. You guys can try it if you want. I got to find out more about that. That's kind of usually I'm on top of everything, but that one snuck in on me. Oh, no problem, Michael. I'll talk to the other Michael Noss, and he'll know more about it. But I bet you it's like for trading off of daily candles. In other words, you'll be able to right click, and it's probably going to like if you do long, it's probably going to set your stop at the low of this candle. If you go short, maybe it's going to set it at the high of that candle. But don't take my word on that. I'm just kind of guessing right now. All right, let me some good questions today. Glad we got to go through building a configuration. That's always a good practice for those who are new to kind of dig in and see what filters they can use. Yeah, we got some great stuff. These buy and sell buttons are really cool. So let's say you wanted to, let me see if it's on, if it's working. I haven't done this in a while, but let's say I wanted to buy this CLVR. If it went back to highs, right, I could click on the buy button and just set the area, and I'm probably going to have to go in and configure it. See, I'm on a brand new dev version too, guys. I just downloaded it yesterday, so oh, I'm not connected. That's why. Let's see. Okay, this is my chart long strategy right here. Okay, so I have this designated as my chart long strategy. So now if I go in, let's try it again, and I click right here, and nothing's working. Maybe I got to turn it on. Okay, now it's turned on. Let's try it again. Now it's just pissing me off. I haven't done this in a while. Like I said, guys, I'm mostly a discretionary, but that should chart long strategy. Steve, let me know if I'm not doing something right, but that should work. Okay, you got to activate the count. Where do I activate the count? Back in the positions window. I see my rides going down. I don't think that should have anything to do with this. Thank you, Steve. Let's see if it works now. Still not working. Like I said, I haven't tried this in a while, so I'm probably doing something wrong. But let me see if this strategy is set up. Edit trading strategy, long, order details, risk management. I'm glad they put that disabled in there. You had a similar issue this morning with the new version? Okay, well, this is a brand new dev version too, so I got to make sure. Use last profit when placing exit order. Tomorrow, 3 days. Everything looks right. Doesn't have a target, doesn't need a target. Everything looks right, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Let me try putting it below. Yeah, I'll have to dig into this, guys. Like I said, I haven't played with this in a while, but I'll definitely look into it. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Who was it, Michael? Yeah, I'm determined. It makes me mad. Everything is turned on. Sim count, chart long. I know, but now, yeah, it becomes a problem with me, Michael. My wife always gives me a hard time because I can't let anything go. Man, if I got a problem or something I got determined to do, I just keep at it. But you're right. No sense in sitting here continuing to try it, but it's driving me crazy. But I'll figure it out. All right, guys, I got about 5 more minutes. Let me see. And SPY still flirting with highs. See if IWM still not playing. IWM still not playing. Qs are still haven't gone to their all-time highs yet. Could just be a matter of time because they don't have that far to go. And it seems like lately on Fridays in the closing minutes of the day, we've been seeing a little spurt of bullish price action. All right, guys. A few more minutes left. Anybody have any more charts or anything they care to look at? Well, UUU just had a volume bar. I'm not sure what that was all about. Another one that's kind of been coiling up, kind of moving sideways here. Let's keep an eye on that. BNTX running into some resistance above. This nice 1 minute and 5 minute volume there as it approaches that all important resistance. Can't stop the home builders, man. Really, the only sector that's really up on the retail up a little bit, regional banks and XLF, which is a combination of banks and brokers, the big banks. But yeah, XHB, they're really everybody buying houses for the collapse of fiat currencies. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going to happen at some point. Probably so, Burn. Yeah, probably. I think that has a lot to do with the increase you've seen in value of Bitcoin lately. And it's actually been a nice little, just a nice trend, kind of wedging here or there in the Bitcoin over the last, say, several weeks, months. This could be could go either way, but typically when you have a move up like this and a nice wedging pattern, you get the move is typically to the upside, but we'll see what happens. GBTC, yeah, there you go. I mean, that's probably the best analysis I can give you right now. This is very similar to my best trade of the year last year, which was NEO. Going back to, let me just do it this way. Back in, several times, you had a move up and then kind of a sideways kind of wedging pattern. Did it again, and actually kind of did it again, even though this is kind of sloppy, but it kind of did get it again. You get these move ups and you really can't sell off and go sideways. Let me try this. Let me just, so you can see it better. Then I'll have Barry come in. There you go. You get these upward moves, okay, basically went from 13 to 20 and could not pull really back, just kind of goes sideways, and then you get these moves out of these ranges, sideways actions, moves. You're kind of seeing that right now in Bitcoin. A little more volatile, but still, not really pulling back that much. All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to let Barry know that I am done. Yeah, converging triangle pattern. That's right. Steve likes to say, they get painted into a corner here. It's getting tighter and tighter and tighter until it gets painted into a little corner, and then you can have an explosive move in either direction. But like I said, typically in these patterns, you see them to the upside. Yeah, definitely. Well, the two in the I'm not sure about what Bitcoin looks like, but the 200-day is down here. It's what it's adhering to is that's the trend right there. It's not the 200-day. The 200-day is kind of down here. All right, guys, I'm gonna let Barry know and that I'm ready, and he'll let me know, and I'm going to sign out really quickly once he lets me know so we get a smooth transfer. And thanks, guys. Have a great weekend. Appreciate all the good questions, and sorry I didn't have an answer for you, Michael, on those candles, but we'll find out what that's all about. And have a great weekend. Let me Barry as soon as he lets me know. Yeah, you have a good one too, Bern. Okay, Barry says he will start. So I'm assuming he is starting now. Thank you, Michael. All right, stopping. See you guys.
Well, look at the bounce. I was talking about this one a little while ago, LHDX. Look at the bounce, 795, 865. If I were a better bounce player. Okay, I think I'm back in the YouTube room. Okay. Aja, you give me a heads up. I think you always tell me when I'm back in. We were looking at eyes while you guys were talking to Andy and Steve. Oops. Had some news, big pop, huge pop. Looking maybe to short this, but it's still kind of choppy. So we're maybe looking at 890. If it gives that up. You got to be careful though. Again, only 6 million in the float, so anything can happen in terms of all of a sudden a big volume spike and it pushes it up. This PRCH continuing to get hammered today. Can't remember who it was. It's either Street Sweeper. I think it was Street Sweeper putting out their their indictment of Porch, PRCH, yesterday, I believe. I think it was yesterday. It sold off. Buyers took it back up, but the sellers are in control right now, PRCH. This is a SPAC, right? No, it is not a SPAC, sorry. Thought it was a SPAC. True, I guess it wouldn't be a SPAC. They wouldn't concentrate on one. Well, let's see. What's Vector doing? VECT, VECT, IPO. Sometimes, not often, but sometimes I will trade the IPO the day of if it takes out the first hour or two's high. Now it's getting close. The high was 30, literally 30. It got up to 29.88 again. This is I think the IPO was supposed to be around 17, so obviously a lot of enthusiasm for this one, VECT. Yeah, I mean, it would really have to take this out up here. I mean, I'd be giving up 20 cents or so with the eyes. But let's take a look left. And 942 was the high. 947 was the high today. So 2 days ago, the high was 942. The day before that, the high was 1067. So, I mean, obviously there is room to run. Technically, if it took out that 942, the high of the day, it does have some room. I'd love to see some volume, though. I mean, that volume right there, that 3 million, I mean, that was more than half the volume of the day right there. They came up with that news. And this is what we are talking about. Traders circulate Eureka alert report. That is from International Interactive Brokers. I guess it's not us, real. That's the same thing that happened with FBIO yesterday. When I was reading about it, a tip ranks article was circulated by traders. I've heard of tip ranks, but other than that, I know nothing about them. I don't know if that's a paid service or what it is. All right, guys, I'm getting no new alerts. SLS is on the way down a little bit here, underneath that whole number of 9. It doesn't look like it's a symbol anymore. It looks like it's either changed the symbol name, IntelTrader, but it's not a symbol anymore. It doesn't load into IB, so that must be it. I remember TAT. I remember the symbol anyway, but I don't know. Did it change? Yeah, it doesn't. I don't have any news on it. You can see right there, nothing. So it's obviously traded out of that symbol name anyway, or it's been delisted or gone belly up. Hopefully that was in the simulator, he said. Okay, good, because it would not be a good thing if it was in your real account. Now this one could be a little bit interesting. VIVE, low float. I'm just looking at the breakout on the daily. Looking left, what's the next high? 355. Man, it's only 20 cents away. But I mean, if it could get through all of that, then it's got a shot to get to, I guess, that 4 level. VIVE, low float situation. 7 million in the float. Relative volume isn't great, but just pointing it out. It's been on a little bit of a run here. Remember, yesterday this watch list down was full. Hardly any today. Well, hardly any? None today. Not hardly any. None. So we did add a new channel yesterday, and this is for those of you. So it's a free service to those who are subscribers of Trade Ideas. So clicking on the new and then the channel bar. What you don't get, of course, is the blurb, but the strength alerts. Okay, so at least you'll be able to see them. Okay, you don't have to subscribe. This is a $17 a month service that we just started. So if you have Trade Ideas, you have access to the channel bar, so you can take a look. What happens is Monday, you will be given a list of five stocks to pretend. Well, you don't have to trade them, of course, but you can kind of monitor them. This is really for people who don't have the time to sit in front of a computer all day long. But listen, if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, it's not unlike kind of like the Trade of the Week, but except with 5 stocks. And, then there'll be 5 new, well, not necessarily new ones the following week. There could be some carryovers just because it's based on a ranking system. And it takes, in this ranking system that we've got, it takes the top 5 stocks. And so it's possible that a stock could have a carryover the next day. Yeah, what you don't get, in the $17 blurb, what you get, of course, is more of the write-up. Okay, but if you don't care about the write-up, then you don't have to subscribe to it. But at least as a member, you'll see what the stocks are. It's called the Strength Alert channel, I think. Right there, Strength Alerts, old Batman type. Okay. So again, here's the premise. You get them on Monday, and again, this is the premise. You buy them before the market closes on Monday. You hold them until the following Monday market close, and then you get rid of them. You don't have to, of course, if it's still trading well, you don't have to. And then you'll have 5 new ones. And this is, if you're not a member of Trade Ideas, this is the link, the Strength Alerts link. Let me make sure this is working. Yeah, you can paper trade them, sure. Yeah, there it is. So this is what it looks like. Strength Alerts. This tells you what it's all about. Okay? Tells you what it's all about. Oh, yeah, sorry, Bernd. I should do that, of course. Yes. So there's the link. Make sure that works in here. Yeah, it does. Okay, so there's the link. There is the Strength Alert link. Okay, we just launched it last week. That is being discontinued. The 3 must-watch groups, that's discontinued. Well, the big difference, I mean, this is based on a lot of statistics, these top 5. Michael put a lot of work in. We have some interesting algorithms that we can use, not available to the public yet. And so he has developed it, and so basically it's a ranking system, a Strength Alert ranking system. And we just look at the top 5, and that'll be every week. Yeah, I don't know what 17 is. I have no idea. Maybe it is somebody's a lucky number. I really don't know. But there's a vast majority of people out there that, don't do what we do, sit at a screen all day long and try to trade. That's a majority. So what we're, trying to do is capture like a bigger market of those who, and I'll be honest, I mean, if they, we down the road, there could be some upselling. I mean, if people take a look and see what we've got and like it, they might take out a subscription too. No, Roberto, it'll be in the channel, okay? I don't think it goes out you will not get the email. The reason you won't get the email is that the email is more detailed. There's a little blurb about, why this stock is on the list. Okay, Michael puts that together. So you don't get that. If you want that, then you have to pay the 17. But the channel bar is there for you, so you can see the stocks, and you can kind of mark it up. You can see what the high was, what the end of the day was on the Monday. You can put a line there and see how it did. Yes, Joseph. So the question was how to change tickers on a chart. It's a very common question. There's really, I guess there's really no. We are actually working, believe it or not, we are working on a manual, and with links and everything. So anyway, with Joseph. So first of all, before I do it, can you can you hear me and can you see my screen? Before I demonstrate. Yes, no, Joseph. VIVE. It's got room. It does have a little bit of room to the $4 level. Yeah, you might want to keep an eye on FTCV. After the big pop it had this morning, and a big drop, a little bit. Okay, well there's eyes, guys. Eyes is now breaking out here. This could get it going. This could really get it going, and there's some volume coming in. Yeah, there is news on eyes. Yeah, we do know that news on eyes. Guys, it's going. Now, what can I say? It's going. There is a big level. Remember, I put this 947, the price alert there, and as Zach is pointing out, it's a big short float also. So we've got I call this sort of the trifecta. You've got a low float, you've got a high short float, and you've got news. And this is what can cause something like this to happen. But be careful. Well, they're all risky. Anything with a low float is risky, but I mean, you have to be able to handle your risk. Of course, they're all risky. Anything low float like this is risky, but it also gives you the biggest potential gainer. I always say, if you take it, don't leave your computer for a second. Well, sometimes it is like a sporting event. I mean, guys, if it takes out 10, I mean, there's the next and the high looking left is 1067. There it goes. I wonder if this will get halted. Oh boy, this is really getting good. if this will get halted. I've just taken some out, guys, in the 30s. I kind of was hoping for a halt. Again, I mean, it's just starting to touch that 1067. What did it get to? Got to 1038, so it was getting close, excuse me, to that high of, I guess, 3 days ago. Okay, out more, guys. I'm not going to fool around with it. It may not be able to break out that that area right there, that area, that price, 1067. So I don't have very much left. But just in case it does something really crazy, I want to have a piece of it. You're using my word, stellar. Zach can't hear me, so. Well, the longer it holds 10, if it can hold 10, but if it gives up 10 in a big way, I'm gone. Yeah, no more shorts, you're right. I think there were only about, when I last looked, only about 10,000 shorts. It seems like just yesterday I was talking about the struggle of eyes at 9. Now we're talking 10. The end could be near. This will be super bullish if it can take out that high of 1016 and continue, obviously. Like that. Sorry, Zach. It might still work for you, but reset that alert. Reset the alert. Ooh, look at this one, guys. TRQ as a gap up and reverse underneath the whole number. Look underneath, lots of room. TRQ. Just a break on that 15-minute chart. So Sam, I lied to you earlier. You asked me if I had I forgot about this scan. I do look at this scan too. This kind of gives me some ideas all day long. I didn't lie on purpose. Sam M. Early on, he asked me what other scans do I have on my other monitors. Okay, maybe that is it for eyes. There's TRQ, guys. I think what happened with eyes is that yeah, you see, it did not. I think somebody posted it. Okay, I think Rio might have posted it, or somebody else posted it. Also, there might have been several posts at the same time regarding eyes. Of course, it did show up on his scan here, but I don't. 869. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, it showed up here on his this scan right there at 869. 12 say the time 12:44 at $8.69. But I think some people were posting it right there as a pop. The reason why it would never show up here, the relative volume is too putrid. Just lost your symbol linking with IB. You mean the external linking? Or I don't know what you mean, the symbol link. You mean the external linking? Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes, boy, it hasn't happened to me for a long, long time. It used to happen, once a week for a while. Yeah, what you mean without restarting IB, you mean? Yeah, it might be tough. I used to try, just reestablishing a link from the external toolbar or from the external linking in the toolbar, but it never really seemed to work. I would disable it, I would delete it, and I would try, but I couldn't really. Yeah, if you tried that, then I don't know. I don't think there's any other way than other than starting IB again. I used to go through that. Hasn't happened to me. It hasn't happened to me for months. So one thing I did notice, if I click on exit, even though I don't exit, that'll also stop the link. Even though I don't actually exit, because it says yes or no. I used to demonstrate how you can save your work, and I would click exit, and then I would say, okay, you just do, and my link would be gone. Yeah, sorry about that, Dreamer. So yeah, that was the 15.8 scan. Yes, yes. Well, maybe it's not over. Yeah, I mean it's not wanting to give up 10 easily. I mean this could be, it's not a recommendation, but this could be one of those that I'd be watching. Yeah, it's Friday though. I don't know. I'd be watching this if it closes near the high. I'd be watching this. I would be watching this after hours to see if it still has another push. But it is Friday, so I don't know if that'll happen. But especially if it can take out that 10, whatever that number is, that 1070 odd. What is it? 1069 or so. Oh boy, guys, if the volume starts to pick up again, look at that volume bar right there. What if we get it? What time is it? 1:35. So we have 10 minutes left for this volume bar. What if that volume bar exceeds this one? That will really jet it. Of course, it could be selling too, but and it wouldn't show up. It's the volume. The option volume is fine. It's over 2,000, but and it's picking up. But that option volume percent has to be 300. Oh no, I'm wrong. I must have the relative volume filter in here too. Yeah. So you see, this would not show up in my option scan because you look at the current volume. The relative volume is at least 3. It's only 0.46. One of the reasons is it's because it's being skewed a lot because of that day right there. I mean, it would take, for it to get the relative volume, up to a certain level, because it's also looking at that volume, which is not that long ago. That's only, beginning of March. So about a month ago. So it's also, I guess it's taking into account that volume. All right, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Okay, I'm all out of it, and what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 10:30 and just see if it takes that out later on in the day. Well, it might. I mean, we don't know, but it might. That's a pretty big candle, though. What was I saying? I'm saying I'm hoping this volume bar was like this one, but unfortunately, it was selling pressure too. Because right now you've got these two topping tails. Okay, this is really. I mean, if it remains here, these two big topping tails are really telling the story. Again, what are these topping tails? Again, at one point, this was a green candle all the way up to 1038. This almost the same, but on this candle right there, the sellers knocked it down to that level. Buyers tried. The sellers are knocking it down to this level. So if these two big topping tails remain, what time is it? Another 7 minutes. Then this could really spell, a major downward trend for a while anyway. So I guess Joseph could not hear me. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Less than 5 minutes for this candle to close. And the 15-minute candle on eyes. These are big, two big topping tails. So far. Now listen, I mean, we still have less than 5 minutes. I mean, this buyers could take over and close it up here, so I have to just be aware of that too. You know, I had an alert for Vect. I bet you it's probably over 30, isn't it? Yeah, I had the alert, but I was so wrapped up in the eyes. I had that alert set for 30. I was saying, you know, this is the only time I would really take an IPO the day of. Wow. But I was too wrapped up in watching eyes. All right, now this is it. I was hoping it would stay here. I was hoping it would stay around 980 and then start that new candle and then move down, but I'm not going to get my wish. Am I focused on the 15? Well, I don't know. I mean, I love the 15, yes. But on the topping tails for sure. I mean, look, I mean, you get a series of them on the 2 or the 5. It's probably just as powerful, but if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, eyes is. Well, let's see if it hits that area that Zach was talking about. It was just a challenge trying to figure out when. Okay, here's another one, guys. Another one's fading. This is a gap. This is another one of those gap up and reverses. We're seeing quite a few, well, a few of these anyway. I mean, it's still up 12%. I don't see any specific news on it. China stock, it's now really challenging the low of the pre-market and looks like this wants to fall. SOHU, there's the 200-day moving average. So that is far enough away, but $1 away. Kind of like the TRQ, kind of like the TRQ. I mentioned that a little while ago. Except that doesn't have the 200 days way down here. All right, guys, this is headset change time, so give me a minute. All right. Yeah, EXO. I see where you're seeing it now. Yeah, EXO in the your scanner reel for a potential short. Yeah, another one of these low floaters, 11 million in the float. Yeah, there are a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers, EKSO, about 333,000. Two competing ideas regarding EXO. Okay, EXO. I think I'm going to take Zach's. It may hit 8 later, but you know the volume that poured in, that was all selling volume to start anyway. This is the one I would have loved to have had shorts for. CELC. I mean, another one that, you know, the big gap up. It's been awfully whippy all day long, but it looks like it's in semi free fall right now. And I just don't have shorts for it at Interactive Brokers. Look at the market. Market's going to end pretty strong, it looks like today. Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY is up. All right, good result from your scan reel on the EXO. This was a lot easier than eyes. A lot easier. I'm not sure it had any news. Well, you know what? We're starting to see this. Traders circulating archives of physical medicine and rehabilitation link mentioning company. So we're, yeah, who are these traders? That is the one actually I was thinking about also. That and Rewalk. RWLK. I mean, you got to root for these companies to somehow do it. But I mean, I've seen Rewalk forever. I mean, I've seen this one forever, and I think they're kind of in the same sector, if you will. Just never has panned out. Actually, JB, I like all your I like all your news. So thanks for doing it. Yeah, eyes definitely. Nice one, Zach, again. I can say that because I was out of the trade after. Before. Yeah, I mean, come on down. Yes. I mean, fantasy right down here, 616, the low of that candle. 2 minute, 625, right there. Or maybe here, 646. You know what, Gio? I mean, you may be right. I have seen Rewalk for many, many years, it seems. And you're right. I mean, Plug and Fuel Cell and Ballard, they were, I love the word, moribund for years and years and years before, finally EV really took hold. They were. They were. I mean, I used to, well, you probably weren't in the room then, but I used to always just rail against Plug, Fuel Cell, and Ballard. Okay, so how does that match up with just my eye? So my eye says well, the low here is 640, what, 646? So you've got 640 or 647. Let me see. Yeah, it's about the same. And then down here, yeah, so just eyeballing without knowing the fibs, we're about the same. Just eyeballing, just looking at a chart. All right, guys, listen, I'll take about 3 minutes. I have to have a little snack. So just a minute, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Soaring Eagle acquisition. You know what? It's funny. I haven't seen too many new SPACs. Finally, used to see them, of course, in the Halts resumes, and they'd be 3 or 4 a day. Have to keep adding them to the list. I don't know. EXO looks still weak to me. Little minor pull up on the 2-minute chart. You too, Real. Thanks a lot for all, of course, the insanely good ideas all week. Can I go? The last hour on a Friday, I am one whipped puppy, as they say. Actually, that's a terrible analogy. I'm just very tired. Yeah, that would help, Gio. It really, really would help. But, you know, it's not going to happen, but it would help. You guys have no idea. At noon Friday, it's like there's a power switch. It just goes off. All right, guys, let's see. I'm not getting any new alerts. So now's a great time. You've got questions. I mean, now's a great time, kind of try to keep my interest here. No questions about the program. Dash? You know, you're right, DoorDash. Wow, no kidding. That's a big move. I don't follow it just because it's way out of the price range I like to trade. But that is what a trend on the 15-minute chart for DoorDash. That's a great. I mean, just one red candle on the 15 minutes all day long. Yeah. Well, I guess if it can take out this area here, the 147 right here. I mean, this did get up to 256, after the IPO. Well, you don't have to do well, Carlos. If you get out of every trade by the end of the day, it will reset to $100,000. Okay, you don't have there's nothing you have to do manually. So if I got out of every trade, in the simulator, I'm going to keep this one. This is just a little swing. But if I got out of this on Monday morning, I'd have 100,000. Okay, does that answer your questions? Does that answer your question? Sorry. You just can't reset it during the day. That's all. So I think the answer to your question, yes, it resets automatically to 100,000. Nothing new. It's going to take a long time. I wouldn't. I have no idea if it'll ever be done, Alex, regarding TDA. It's a real issue with the API. It's not for lack of trying. I mean, now that they've got the E-Trade kind of up and running, they can kind of more concentrate on TDA. But it's a bigger issue. With E-Trade, it's a lot of testing. There was never a connection issue. This is a connection issue, which is obviously a lot worse. Until that gets solved, I mean, there's nothing we can do. Nice call by Real. I know he was talking about this one up here. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. I'm not, technically savvy like that, Felix. I don't know what the exact issue is. But we were so close. I mean, there was a webinar that Dan and Brad put on 2 months ago, I think, where, so they put them on a Wednesday. And, well, Dan, Dan, he was convinced both E-Trade and TDA would be available on the Friday, certainly by the next webinar. And of course, that did not happen for either, but major issues with TDA. So I really don't know. I think I'll put this link in also. The link for the test drive. So the test drive, there is now an official launch date for the test drive, May the 10th to the 21st. That will be 10 trading days. If you click on the link, let's make sure, in fact, that that is working. Yeah, okay, so this is what you'll see. Just fill this out, okay, and then you'll be notified exactly. I mean, it's possible that there'll be a date change. I don't think so. I think we're pretty well set, May the 10th to the 21st. But you'll be given all the sign up, how you can sign up for it and all, okay? And the test drive, yeah, it costs $8.99. $8.99. What you're doing here, you're just pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You know, you're not, no money yet. It's just pre-registering. Actually, you're not even pre-registering. All you're doing here is filling out a form, and then you will get the information probably about a week before May the 10th, showing you how you can sign up, etc. Okay? But $8.99 for 10 trading days. And that'll give you everything. The only thing we don't allow, and I completely against it anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal, is to auto trade the AI. Yeah, that news yesterday for GME, it looked, it looked like it was going to pop a bit. With the chairman or whatever, but I guess nope. Anyway. How can we make a better AI than all the other lame-o traders losing AI? Well, I don't know what you mean. Now look at TGLS, guys. TGLS. This is ramping up here. The promo available for standard users. Yes, it is. Okay. Now, don't hold me to this, but what we're trying to do, it's like technically to flip a switch. You know what? I'm not going to say anything. Yes, it is. If you want to try our premium service for the $8.99 for those 10 trading days, if you're a standard subscriber right now, yes, you can do that also. Just checking some alerts from the basic new lows. Probably most of these have popped. Yeah, almost look at these and say, you know what? These, Sam, you're looking for bottom. I see a lot of them pop. I mean, this is AR. I mean, was it a lot? 711 all the way up to, I mean, not bad. I mean, 753 from the 711 on the alert. I see a lot of them actually pop. Almost like it's bottom fishing. Oh, have at it, Gordon. Well, the ones that are really moving, Alex, usually the 300,000. They almost launch at 300,000. Okay, the ones I care about anyway. Rarely does a stock that is really moving, during the day. Remember, I'm looking at a lot of the stuff in the pre-market, and those are already well over 300,000. But most of the time, you're going to see something. The ones that I see anyway are going to be at 300,000 almost instantly. If they're not, then I may not be interested. It's not the absolute volume though. Also, it's the relative volume. I want it to be trading abnormally, not just an absolute volume, but the relative volume. See, this is on my watch list, guys, and it's not making it just because it's that relative volume 0.99 and it has to be at 1. So parts, though, is kind of interesting. I put it on the watch list in case it could make a bit of a run up to this area. Not today. Well, again, I put it at 4 here. Listen, you guys, I share this scan, of course. If you want more alerts, you can always, you can drop the relative volume to 3, I suppose. You can, if you don't feel you're getting enough alerts in this window, if that's what you want, then you can certainly adjust it. Like, I'm happy usually with the number of alerts I'm getting because I don't want to have, in my world, I'd love to have maybe 15 total alerts for all my scans in the course of a day. So my watch list, this one, and my option plays. Because those in theory will be really active stocks. And will I miss those ones that weren't maybe that active in terms of the relative volume, but still moved? Yes, I will. But I'm prepared to deal with that. I thought Nordstrom's was always thinking about going public. Not always, but there was a lot of talk, I thought, about going public or going private. Of course, Zach can't hear me. Keep forgetting. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Alex. If you want to get more alerts, you just relax the filters. If you want less, so the idea, I mean, I could drop this to 3, maybe get a few more. I mean, this is what we had today. Okay, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we had six today. If I wanted more, I would relax the filters, yes. But that's just, I don't want too many more. I have enough to look at with that, my options plays, and my watch list. What's my opinion of? I know there was some news. They're opening or creating a huge store. I think I read that this morning. DKS, like a huge store, biggest one they've ever had. Mega store. Unveils concept store. Yeah, I just read that. I read that this before the market opened. My opinion, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously it's an all-time high. I mean, it's an all-time, well, not quite an all-time high, just about an all-time high. This is a classic. I mean, here's pandemic, boom, and all these fitness places, places that sell fitness equipment have done extremely well. There's backlogs of orders for this. So, I mean, is it going to continue? I don't know. No KR. I didn't. I don't use. I don't use the 5-day average ever. Okay. I was just talking about. I think somebody put a scan in. It might have been Sam, one of the Sams that I think we got 3 or 4 Sams in the other room. I think he had the 5-day average. It wasn't my scan, and I said. I don't agree with putting the 5-day or the 10-day. This is what we're talking about. So the question was, once I get to the configure window, there we go. It's just the YouTube room. I moderate it at the same time, so there's no point going to both. Can't remember if it was you, Sam. I think it was you. You gave me a scan yesterday, I think, that had the average daily volume, the 5-day average volume. I think you might have. So the question was, it wasn't you. Okay, it was somebody. Somebody gave me one. And so I went into my big spiel about how I don't like using the average daily volume. I don't care if it's 5-day, 10-day, or 3-month, because you're limiting yourself to... you could get some stock that is just screaming higher today. It's kind of having its day for whatever reason, but typically it doesn't trade very much. So why put that in if you're intraday trading? So that's what I was talking about. I don't use a minimum daily volume though. So I never use an average daily. Well, I've got 400 in here, but I have another scan. I think in here it all depends. Got 150,000 shares here, because it's a different function. This one compared to this one. This one I think is 300,000, 500,000. Okay, because I really don't want a lot of stocks unless they're really trading a lot of volume. In this one, in the option scanner. So I mean, it's really up to you. I mean, there's no right or wrong. But I never you'll never see any one of my scans that has the average, say, 5, 10, 30-day volume. I think I even convinced Real not to do it. He's gone, so I can talk about him. I know I did because he had an average volume in here, 5-day or 10-day. I can't remember what it was. And I said, I don't like that. Ooh, Conrad, is there a way to change all the filters in one move and all of your alert windows on an alert window with multiple scans? Oh, I see, I see. So, in other words, what you're talking about is you have a bunch of alert windows and they all have the average? No, you have to, unfortunately, you have to go through each one. The pre-market actually KR, I think I, believe it or not, only have about a 2,000 K minimum. Okay, I just want it because I want to see, I do want to see something if it is moved, you know, a huge percentage, and then I want to check to see if there's some news on it. Yeah, there's no way to do it on mass, Conrad. There's no way to do it on mass. You can't go into, yeah, there's no way. You have to go into each individual window and make the change. Now, well, what you want to do later then is to create an alert window and a top list window and create everything that you would normally use and then save it as a default. Okay, save as default. So you could create an alert window and a top list window, put all the things you would normally want in every single window. You know, obviously, you know, time and price and maybe the volume in an alert window, things like that. And then save that as a default. So then when you create a new alert window, it's going to be like that. You know, you'll have all the things, the standard features that you normally want in every single alert window. But again, unfortunately, no, you cannot go en masse and say, okay, every alert window, remove. No, you have to, if I make a change, yeah, no, if I make a change, it's not going to change anything. You would not want that, Alex. Okay? Once you have it in your system, it is not linked to me anymore. Okay, you would not want that necessarily, right? I mean, my idea of the filters, yeah, starting out might be exactly what you want, and then maybe later on I want to make some changes. You may not want that, so... Yeah, so Conrad, yeah, so imagine, so if you created a new alert window, you know, put your columns, all the columns that you would normally want in every single window, all the filters, you know, you'd probably want maybe you want the same price range in every one of them, a minimum volume, things like that. And once you do that, you create it, and then you just save that as default. So every time you create a new alert window, at least you'll have all the columns that you normally want and all the filters that you normally want. Okay, Conrad, yeah, here they are. Just a minute. Okay, so I just put my homepage link. So the question is, where are all my scans? So again, if you find in this room here, you find my homepage tab right there. There's my homepage tab. Click on it, and here's the link, my homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And my recommendation is save my link, okay? Because there's a lot of information here, including, here are the scans. There's the scans section. Okay? And here's my layout. The layout that you see that I share every day, that is the layout. But here are all the individual scans that you can take a look at. So that's why I'm saying save the link, because I mean there's a lot to go through here, as well as, you know, all the education links. You know, lots of education links are here. So just save my link, and you'll then you can look at it, you know, at any time you want. I think I've got to 2,000 for the pre-market. Let me just do a quick check. And understand that if I saw something like that, I'm not going to trade it, okay? I'm just interested to see. You know what? Maybe this is what I'll do. Keep my interest up here, just to show you what my pre-market routine is. So first of all, here's my pre-market routine. Okay, so when you go to my scan section, these are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market up, actives up, and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. So let's just take a look at the pre-market actives up. Actually, I don't want to do that. I have it here minimized, so let me just find it. Okay. Actually, it's funny. I don't even have, excuse me, I don't even have a minimum. I'm just wanting to make sure stocks are at least 3% up and at least 50 cents up, okay? This is in the pre-market, okay? So I don't even have a minimum for shares. I mean, you could put 2,000, but I don't even have a minimum. Now, I understand, I am not trading anything that is crazy low. So this is what I do though. Then this is what I would be the typical way to use it. So you first sort. Now remember, it's a topless window, so you can sort on each one of these columns, each one of these column headers. So the first thing, the obvious thing to do is to say, okay, let's sort on the change from the close to see the ones that are up the most. Okay, that's what catches your eye normally. And normally when a stock is up I mean, look at this one, this ITQRW, it's a warrant. You know, it's only traded 1,600 shares. But normally when you see a stock that is up the most, normally there's some volume associated with it. Not always, but normally. So that's the first step for me, is I want to check out the ones that have traded that are up the most. The next step is, okay, because your eyes again are automatically concentrating on these ones, but there could be one, because there could be a lot of stocks up at least 3%. So there could be some stock that's only up 8% that you're not really focusing on at all. So the next step I do is I sort on the float. Okay, so I want to see the ones that are with the really low floats. See if they're doing anything. That's typically, when we get these insane moves, it's typically because the stock is a low float. So I sort on that. So this, I may not have seen this, because maybe, again, maybe the stock wasn't up, 15, 20%, but it's up 7%. Okay, but I'm interested now because, okay, this could be doing something once the market opens. I'll sort on the short float percent. Again, what are the ones, okay, what are the ones that have a high short float percentage? In other words, you have the float, how many of those shares are short? Again, it could unearth something that I wouldn't normally see. And this is one that I really like, the volume to day percent. I don't use this when the market opens, but what I like about this one is that this works in the pre-market. The relative volume does not work. I have it as a column, but it's not you notice it's not a filter that I'm using. That's a common question, by the way. If you have the relative volume as a filter that you're using in the pre-market, you will get no data. And the other thing, though, is if it's on the sort, which I hate, if it's on the server sort, if it happens to be on the relative volume, you will get no data. Okay, relative volume being current volume, wherever it is. Where are you? There you are, relative volume. So if you're using that filter with a value in it, I have it, the columns here, but I'm not using it as a filter. It's just the column. And what I would see here in the pre-market, it would be 0. No, look at eyes. On the way down still. And that would say 0, okay, in the pre-market. Anyway, so the volume today percent is very cool because let's just say it said 50%. I sort on this and it says 50%. What that's telling me is that stock has traded 50% of what it would normally do all day long over, I think it's an average of the last 10 or 14 days. It's already done that in the pre-market. So that's significant. I mean, you see a stock that's traded, 50% of what it normally does in the entire day. That's pretty significant. So those are kind of the obvious one is the change from the close, and then I go to the float, then I go to the short float, and then I go to the volume today. So, that is my pre-market routine. And again, this is available. So SHO, and the other thing, KR, is of course, I'm also looking at the news. So if I see something that's up, I immediately check to see, number one, is it an earnings play? If it's an earnings play, typically it'll be active all day long. Or is there some news? I'll check on our news. If I don't see anything, I always have Interactive Brokers news. And so I want to see, is there some news? Is there a reason why this is going up? Because sometimes, that the news, like, why did Fubo go up this morning? It hasn't maintained, but why did it do this? Because it had some news. They exclusively streaming South American qualifying matches for the World Cup in 2022. Okay, so that was the news. So you look at that and go, okay, that's interesting news. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on almost 6, for almost an hour and a half, that was straight up based on that news. So there is, if you want to become, not just you, of course, KR, but you want to become, I don't want to say professional because we're not professionals in the strict sense of the word, but if you want to get serious, how about that? If you want to get serious about all this, you have to do some work. And yeah, sometimes the stock moving, like yesterday, there was no news for Very. None. Nobody could find any. Well, nobody. I'm not saying there's not one person in the world, but every headline that I saw, in fact, the headlines would say, "We have no news for why this is doing this." You're a funny man, Rubber. Okay, rewind. You mentioned SHO, okay, and why is it not in the high-low? Okay, one of the filters I have here is also what I call a count filter. So this did not obviously make at least 60 new lows. Okay, so that would be the block, I believe. See, number of alerts today is at least 60. Now, the other thing, sometimes, I'm not saying in this case necessarily. Let me make sure about that. But that could be the block. The other thing is, oh, well, no, I can tell you exactly. It's not down. It's only down 3%. So the stock has to be down at least 4%. You see that rewind? My filter is that the stock has to be down at least 4%. This is only down 3%, 3.25%. It's in the big window. Oh, that's okay. I see. I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, it's a little, it can be a little confusing because let me just show you here. One is the change from the open. I thought I changed that. Yeah, and this is the change from the close. So I put the change from the open in this one, and I have the change from the close here. So that's the difference. That's why. So SHO. It's a good point. You know, it should make the change from the open here also. So SHO is definitely down 4% from the open up here, but it's not from yesterday's close. It's very close. Okay, guys, so we're almost getting to the end, closing the room at 3 p.m. No, the don't repeat. Let me just get my announcement in here. No, the don't repeat is just, I mean, this is the same thing. This is a don't repeat version of this, okay? Nothing in the down. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally uncheck the symbol list. No. So the don't repeat, these were, so we only had, from the basic new highs and lows on the upside, we only had 6 stocks, okay, that met all the filter requirements. So the don't repeat is just literally that. I mean, here's EXO, okay? So EXO, the very first time we saw it was at, the time was 145 and the price was 6.99, okay? That's the first time we saw it. But afterwards, you know, I mean, it got up to, it kept repeating. So this is kind of late, but it got all the way up to what, 709. I mean, not that big a jump. Let me find one. This was a better one, I guess. The PRTK as demonstration. This just allows you to kind of go back in time and say, okay, PRTK. The alert was at 957. The price was 774. What? And you can see the candle, that little up arrow right there. So this is telling me on the 15-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. On the 5-minute chart, I'd have to back it out a bit. There's where the alert happened, okay? On the 2-minute chart, I'd have to back it up a lot more, okay? So now you look and say, okay, great. What did it do after that? So you can see that from the initial alert at 774, you know, I'm not saying it was smooth, because we did have these topping tails, but it did get up to 847 from 774. So I like this because it allows you to just kind of go back in time and say, okay, here's the first alert. What did it do afterwards? You know, the GovX obviously did very well for a while. 549, got all the way up to 621. I mean, these are great percentage moves. I think Grow did pretty well for a while. 1244, got up to 1291. Okay, so that is what I like. That's why I like to have the don't repeat. All right, guys. Questions. Yeah, I hadn't even realized that I had changed this to change from the open, and these are still changed from the close. So that is the difference. Any plans for the weekend? Yeah, rest. Nothing big, no. Who has plans for any weekend these days? Well, you're in the States, so I guess you guys are traveling a lot more than we are in Canada. That's for sure. No, I don't wake up at 4 a.m. during the weekend. No, but it's not like I'm sleeping till 8. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, my clock is just my internal clock. Go to bed a little bit later, but my internal clock still is getting me up. I mean, I'll wake up at probably 4:30, but I'll force myself to go back to sleep. Later to you too, Zorro. Oh yeah, we're absolutely well. There's only my wife and myself, but to be honest, our life really hasn't changed that much. I've always worked from home, so that's not an issue, and my wife has been able to work from home also, so that's not an issue. And our grocery store is still the same one. It's been open since then, and the malls that we frequent on the weekends, they have always. I think only in the first month of last year, and then maybe the April they were closed, but other than that, everything is still. Now the restaurants are closed. That's the so that you can only get takeout right now. Yeah, we just have our little four-legged guys. I'm not saying there's not been any grumbling, Sam, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to. This is not a political statement at all, but I never found a big deal about wearing a mask. I just was okay. If that's going to help, I'll do it. And I didn't feel it was a huge inconvenience. It's the great unknown. I mean, that's really the thing. Whoa, you're in Toronto, so I mean, you are really in. We're getting way off the topic here, but we're almost done. So, are your malls closed, Sam? See, I know that Toronto is in like a severe lockdown. So, are the malls actually closed, or can you go in and it's just the individual stores? There's a lineup or whatever. So the malls are actually closed. Yes, wow. Yeah, our malls have not been closed like that. Oh, you're in Michigan. Oh, I see. Oh, your families are in Toronto. I see what you're saying. Okay. Right across the river in Windsor or somewhere else in Michigan? Really? Everything's open. Big petrochemicals in Sarnia. So again, when you say everything is open, you mean you can go into a restaurant, no problem. I mean, it's 100% capacity. Wow. And no masks. I mean, again, I'm not trying to get into a mask controversy, but no masks, just completely normal. Beaches packed, the whole bit. Well, I hope it works out. That's all I can say. Hope it works out. Yeah, that's a massive difference between Canada and the United States in terms of states' rights. We don't, I mean, there are provincial rights, of course, but it's not quite as strong, shall we say, as you guys down there with your states' rights almost overriding anything, within reason, anything federal. No social distance, no mask. Wow. Well, again, listen, I hope it works out. Okay, rubber toes. So you're talking about this. Um, oh, maybe the cylinders are only available for topless windows. I don't use the cylinder at all, but let me. Strategy menu, actions, view mode. Oh, you're talking about this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, it's a ticker. It's good. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, look at all the red right here, even though the interesting thing is if you clear it, then you start from scratch again to see what's happening now, with the market now. That was running from the beginning of the day. Okay, we're getting a little political. I was just talking about the difference between Canada and the United States in terms of just a different way. I don't know why it has evolved like that. Look at Vine, fruit of the vine. Look at this one. Wow, this could be interesting next week. VYNE could be really interesting next week as a continuation short. I mean, something is really, because it looks like it's not quite an all-time low. Well, I have to say, and this is, again, not political, but I have to say one thing. I mean, this room, we've been doing this since 2015, like this, so almost started around the time that really things got heated up in the States, and yet the room, well, I won't allow it, of course, but I didn't really have to do very much policing, I'm sure we're all over the spectrum here. But we really didn't. I really didn't have to worry too much, because it could have turned into a fiasco. Yeah, right, Torps. Yeah, he had his views. There's no question. But again, even his views, they weren't over the top. You know, I didn't find them. No, they weren't over the top. And bless his heart, absolutely. So it kind of brings a little tear to my eye. Yeah, he was one of a kind. Absolutely one of a kind. No, he passed away. He was literally here one day and not here the next, and we had no idea. And he was a he was a champion poster. I mean, I can't remember. I think Real found out. Somebody found out. But it wasn't. It wasn't. For a while because I checked his account and it just wasn't active. It was literally one day, and then the next day it wasn't active. It wasn't. He didn't stop the account, but I could tell. I can go into what we call our back office and just check to see the activity, and it just stopped. It was really, really, really sad. All right, guys. It'll be 3 years, yes. It was around December 7th, you're right. This was pre-COVID, of course, so but you're right. You're right. I mean, in terms of what's happening now, Bruce, yes. All right, guys, I think I will wrap it up now. I don't see any other questions. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea on the 7th, yes. Every 7th. That is funny, Ian. Okay, I've never seen their platform. Okay, yeah, you too, guys. Have a great weekend. I think I'll shut it down. I don't see any other questions, so I will shut it down now. And who knows what next week will bring. Let me just get my script copied. All right, yeah, so have a great weekend, everybody. And yeah, your earnings season starts next week. It does. We have some of the big banks, I think, on Wednesday and Thursday. And then the following week, we'll really get into it. Okay? All right, guys, we'll see you next week. I'll open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.